contains practical support programs that help farmers where they are, such as subsidized inputs, seeds, fertilizers, feed and equipment, water tanks and irrigation, shade houses and protective structures, veterinarian services and animal health, technical advice and extension services, access to land through leasing programs, marketing support through farmers market. These are not glamorous programs, Madam Speaker, but they are essential. They reduce the cost and the risk of farming. They show farmers that the government is a partner of their success, not an obstacle to overcome. I have visited several farms across the island, from east to west, from Sandy Ground to Island Harbor. I've spoken with several farmers who work small plots with hand tools and farmers who are experimenting with hydroponics. Madam Speaker, what they all share is dedication, pride in their work, and a deep desire for support and recognition. This budget provides both. Madam Speaker, the average age of a farmer in Anguilla is over 55 years. Let that sink in for a while. I repeat, the average age of a farmer in Anguilla is over 55 years. In one generation, if current trends continue, we will have lost the practical knowledge, the muscle memory, and the passion that keeps our agricultural sector alive. And under my tenure, and my colleague, Mr. Kyle Hodge, who's responsible for natural resources, we cannot afford for this to happen. This is unacceptable, and this budget begins to address it. Through partnership with the Albina Lake Arch Comprehensive School in the Technical Block, we are introducing agricultural science and agribusiness programs that expose young people to farming, not as the grandparents knew it, but as it can be in the 21st century. Technology-enabled, data-driven, environmental sustainability. We are working with the Ministry of Social Development to incorporate agricultural components into youth programs like Potential Unlock and social upskilling, showing young people that farming can be a pathway to entrepreneurship, not just employment. We are also exploring agricultural scholarship opportunities, partnering with regional institutions like University of West Indies Faculty of Food and Agriculture to ensure that young Anguillians can access world-class training in agricultural science, agribusiness management, and food technology. Madam Speaker, we must make farming cool again, or perhaps make it cool for the first time. That means modern equipment, digital marketing, value-added products, and income levels that reflect the critical importance of this work. The future of agriculture in Anguilla depends not only on technology, but on our people, particularly our young people. That is why I am pleased to announce that agriculture will soon be formally introduced in the primary school system, beginning with the Valley Primary School and the Aurelia Kelly Primary School. This initiative will not be confined to classroom theory. It will be practical, engaging, and hands-on. Students will be involved in planning, planting, and maintenance of gardens right there on their own school grounds. They will learn the importance of soil preparation, water conservation, composting, and the life cycle of plants. In essence, we'll be planting seeds, not only in the soil, but in the minds of our young students. Through these programs, we are cultivating more than crops. We are cultivating discipline, teamwork, environmental awareness, and national pride. These young minds will grow into citizens who value self-sufficiency, who understand that food production is a noble calling, and who will one day carry forward the vision of a sustainable Anguilla. It is the intention of the government that once these pilot projects take root, they will expand into other schools across the island. In doing so, we'll be shaping a new generation of farmers, scientists, and businessmen and women, while ensuring that our agriculture remains a living part of our economy, not a forgotten memory of the past. Madam Speaker, growing food is very important. What we do with that food after harvest determines whether our farmers prosper or merely survive. Currently, most agricultural products in Anguilla are sold fresh with minimal processing. A tomato is picked and sold as a tomato. A fish is caught and sold as a fish. While there is absolutely a market for fresh produce, this approach has limitations. Fresh produce are perishable. They require immediate sale. They face competition from imports, and they capture only a fraction of the potential value. This budget invests in agro-processing infrastructure, particularly the planned fish processing facility and national abattoir. It opens the doors to value addition that transform raw products into diverse market-ready goods. Consider the possibilities, Madam Speaker. Fresh fish become smoked fish, fish cakes, fish nuggets, each with a longer shelf life and higher profit margins. Livestock becomes not just fresh meat, but also cured meats, sausages, and other processed products. Fruits become jams, preserves, juices, and dried snacks. Vegetables become pickles, sauces, and frozen prepared food. Herbs become teas, seasoning, and essential oils. Each step of the processing adds value. It also creates jobs, extends shelf life, opens new markets, and builds brands that carry the history of Anguilla to the world. But, Madam Speaker, value addition requires investment in equipment, facilities, training, packaging, and marketing. It requires food safety certification, quality standards, and a constant supply. These are challenges, yes, but they are challenges that this budget begins to address through strategic investment and technical support. Madam Speaker, I want to focus particular attention on the National Abattoir, because this facility represents one of the most significant agricultural investment in modern history. Currently, Anguilla has no modern certified meat processing facility. This means that livestock farmers face numerous challenges in bringing their product to market. It means that we cannot fully capitalize on the growing demand for local meat. It also means that consumers pay premium prices for imported meat, while our livestock sector remains undeveloped. Madam Speaker, we cannot continue in this realm. The construction of the National Abattoir will change this fundamentally. This faculty will provide livestock farmers with certified, hygienic, and effective locations to process the animals according to international standards. It will also open up new market opportunities, not just in Anguilla, but potentially in neighboring islands. And as a youngster, I would have heard numerous stories about Anguilla being able to export fish, meats, animal products to St. Martin. We must get back to that place where we could market outside of just Anguilla. And these are some of the opportunities that this government is proposing to make happen in this sector. It will ensure that meat products meet healthy and safety requirements that protect consumers. And critically, it will create a complete value chain from farm to table that keeps more money circulating in our local economy. But Madam Speaker, beyond the economic benefits, this facility sends a powerful message that Anguilla is serious about developing its agricultural capacity, that we are investing in infrastructure that supports production, and that we recognize livestock farming as a legitimate and valued profession. I have spoken with livestock farmers across the island, men and women, who have maintained small herds for years, often at personal cost, because they believe in local production, even when the economics didn't fully make sense. This budget rewards their faith and creates the condition for their success. And while we are speaking about livestock farmers, we would have recently received some animals that are going to increase the breeding capacity that we have here in Anguilla. We have just received those last week. So that is something that the livestock farmers will be very intrigued about and excited about. So that's a program that this government have rolled out because we are serious about livestock farming and want to see meat production increase here in Anguilla. Madam Speaker, permit me to be a bit direct. Anguilla imports approximately 90% of the food we consume. Pause and reflect on that number. 90%. That means 9 out of every 10 bites of food eaten by an Anguillan family come from somewhere else, travel across the ocean, pass through multiple hands, and arrive on our shores at a price inflated.
Madam Speaker, on a point of order.
Good morning, member. What is the point of order?
The point of order is that Section 56(3) of the Rules of Procedure states that a member shall not read his or her speech, but he or she may read extracts from the written printed papers to support his or her argument. The member for Valley South is reading verbatim from a prepared speech, and that is against the Rules of Procedure, Madam Speaker.
Thank you for noting the rules. I have taken a very flexible approach on reading because several members have read on both sides of the aisle from their speech. Member, proceed with your speech, please.
Madam Speaker, how is it that you have taken a flexible approach when the members of the members of the government break the rules, but you're not taking a flexible approach when we make presentations? There's no member of this side of the House that have read verbatim from any speech. And I am saying to you, Madam Speaker, today, that a member for Valley South is breaching the rules, breaking the rules that is stipulated in the Rules of Procedure. And you are acquiescing to that, the breaking of the rule and saying that you're justifying it as such. Like I said yesterday, you were the arbiter.
Member, it is too early. Thank you for your objection. Proceed, member from Valley North. South.
Madam Speaker.
It is too early.
It cannot be too early.
I overrule your point of order because both sides read from time to time. If you want a strict approach to that, I can consider that at another time, but I'm not going to consider it today.
Madam Speaker. with
Please
all
proceed, member
due
from Valley
respect-
South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as I draw to a close, I want to speak directly to different groups of society, to our farmers and our fisher folks. This budget is for you. It recognizes your work, supports your efforts, and invests in your future. To our youth, agriculture is not your grandfather's profession unless you choose to make it so. Modern farming is technology. There are opportunities in this sector for creative, ambitious young people who see the potential. I invite you to explore these opportunities with fresh eyes and open minds. To consumers, when you choose local produce, you are not just buying food, you are supporting your neighbors. You are strengthening our economy. You're reducing our environmental footprint. You're investing in our food security. To investors, there are significant opportunities in Anguilla's agricultural sector, processing, packaging, of distribution. To my honorable colleagues in this House, I ask for your support of this budget, not just in words, but in action. Speak about agriculture in your constituencies. Connect farmers with resources. Advocate for local products in your own purchasing. This budget is about more than numbers and allocations. It is about people, their aspirations, their livelihoods, their future, and its purpose. We are moving forward together, nonetheless, empowering our people, strengthening our purpose, and ensuring that prosperity is not a privilege for a few, but a shared reality for all. Madam Speaker, in full support of this budget, I urge all members of this honorable House to do the same. I thank you. And by extension, I'd like to thank the people of District 4 for placing their trust in me, and I'm honored to serve in this House.
Thank you, member. Member for Road South, good morning. Let's start with good morning. You stormed into the House, you didn't acknowledge the sit-in, you didn't say good morning to anybody, and your first matter of business is to interrupt a new parliamentarian. And then you shout at me from the well that the public is watching. That's absolutely unacceptable. Absolutely unacceptable. Your member to your left was once a young parliamentarian. He has improved, he is outstanding, and it is unacceptable that you would do that to a new member. So yes, the public is watching. Does any other member
Madam
wish
Speaker,
to
may I
speak?
respond?
I
May I
recognize the
respond?
Honorable Single Island Wide Member, Mr. Hodge.
My member to the left.
Mr. Hodge, please proceed.
Madam
And
Speaker,
if you wish to go back on the outside so that the members can present uninterrupted, you can do so. Please proceed.
good morning, Madam Speaker, and good morning to this honorable House. Supposed to be an honorable House, Madam Speaker. But based on the display early this morning, there are some members of this House that came here with an intention to dishonor this House.
Madam
Speaker.
On a point of order, Madam Speaker, the member is impugning improper motive.
Member Hodge, please proceed.
Madam Speaker, I thank you for this opportunity, like I said, and I say good morning to the general public. This morning we are here, Madam Speaker, to continue our debate, to continue our conversation with the people of Anguilla as we discuss the 2026 budget. Essentially, Madam Speaker, this budget is a blueprint that the government will work with for the upcoming calendar year in 2026 in order to deliver on our priorities for next year. And a blueprint, Madam Speaker, is basically a plan. And sometimes, as you would have seen, and as the people would have seen in 2025, sometimes there are deviations, there are alterations, and changes to plans, especially during an election year when a new government takes seat. Madam Speaker, looking back at 2025, in the beginning of our term, since being elected, there was one major deviation, tax policy measure change that we would have made, and that was to the recurrent revenue. And that came in the form of the GST reform. And then, Madam Speaker, we would have prioritized the capital spend, reprioritized the capital spend based on the readiness of projects. Madam Speaker, we had to push for designs and other works to be completed in order to get more of the capital budget spent. Because the previous administration, Madam Speaker, and you would have heard by admission yesterday, would have just thrown money in a capital budget in hopes of certain designs and certain surveys being done. Be that as it may, Madam Speaker, there were different setbacks in different departments and different areas. So we have a capital budget for 2025 that we did not get to utilize fully. But even though, Madam Speaker, we did not get to maximize the 191 million, I am proud that coming in March, having lost already 3 months, 2 months in change, into the new year, we were able to get our act together. And by the end of the year, I believe the projection is at least 131 million out of that 191 million will be spent. And that represents some 70-something percent, 71, 72% of the capital spend for 2025. And Madam Speaker, our capital spend is even higher. And you may ask the question, if you did not get to spend the entire 191 in 2025, how will you spend 233 in 2026? You want to know why? You want to know how, Madam Speaker, and people of Anguilla? By putting in the right resources, the right human resources in the relevant departments, especially my coup, because that department is vital for us realizing our capital spend. So they have at least 4 to 5 additional PE in their budget, Madam Speaker. And in addition to that, because this spend is the largest ever put forward by any government, and it represents something similar to how the Anguilla program was rolled out, where vacancies were filled, where contracts became important for certain works to be completed. So even as we speak, Madam Speaker, the plans are being put in place to have contracted project managers to come in for 2026. So, Madam Speaker, I have no doubt that even though this capital spend is more than last year, and even though we didn't get to spend more than this year, and even though we did not get to maximize the entire capital spend this year, that we will be able to do so for 2026. So, Madam Speaker, that's what you call deliberate, and that's what you call vision. looking ahead and making sure that we check all the boxes. So, Madam Speaker, I applaud the Premier on delivering a forced budget address last week Friday and presenting to this honorable House a forced appropriation bill that is before us now to debate. Madam Speaker, governments are in place to be stewards of the people's money. We are in place to implement plans and proposals, policies, and legislation that meets the needs of the wider society in the most impactful way possible. And this forced budget, Madam Speaker, 2026 meets exactly that. This budget, Madam Speaker, is precise. It is, as the theme so aptly puts it, Madam Speaker, moving forward together. People, purpose, and prosperity. What a beautiful theme, Madam Speaker. The leader of opposition said yesterday that we stole his last year theme by putting it in ChatGPT. Oh my goodness. Madam Speaker, I didn't take that serious at all. Our theme, Madam Speaker, moving forward together. People, purpose, and prosperity. Madam Speaker, I will start with the capital side, and I want to go into detail because a lot has been said from the opposition yesterday that we need to clear up today, that we need to set straight. Madam Speaker, in the Ministry of Economic Development, Industry, Commerce, Planning, Lands, Water, and Natural Resources, a well-combined ministry, we are moving ahead with many initiatives for 2026. Very purposeful initiatives, Madam Speaker. So allow me to just run down my ministry's capital plan, and then I'll go into detail in a few areas. First, we have the National Development Plan, Madam Speaker. That comes in and that will be started mid-2026, and we expect that to cost $1.2 million. And a National Development Plan, Madam Speaker, is something that has been tossed around for years. If I'm not mistaken, maybe more than 10 years, Madam Speaker, we've been talking about providing and producing a National Development Plan, where we consult with different sectors of the economy. We consult with the people of Anguilla, young, middle-aged, and seniors, Madam Speaker, where we consult with the business sector. We would have recently, Madam Speaker, approved an Executive Council, the committee that will form, that will be responsible, that will be in charge, Madam Speaker, for delivering on this National Development Plan. And basically, Madam Speaker, it is how do we want to see Anguilla in the next 20 to 30 years, Madam Speaker? What kind of Anguilla do we want to see for our children and our grandchildren? It starts with us sitting together, putting our heads together, Madam Speaker, right now in charting and developing that pathway for our people. So I'm very happy that we would have put aside some money to finally, Madam Speaker, be able to look at a National Development Plan. Statistics Department, Anguilla Housing and Population, we have in a capital budget $273,000, and this is basically for reporting and dissemination and various consultancies throughout the year, and the production of data for both government and private sector use. $250,000 for Anguilla Labor Force Survey, Household Income and Expenditure Survey. Agriculture and Fisheries. We have $1.7 million in agriculture and fisheries. And if you listen to the member for Road not yesterday, you would believe that we didn't have any money in there for agriculture and fisheries. But I'll get to some details of that just in a bit. So we have 1.7 million in agriculture and fisheries. Environmental management, which falls under the Department of Natural Resources. So collectively, if you look at the Department of Natural Resources with 1.7 and then 2.2, that equates to 3.9 million for the Department of Natural Resources. And I'll get to some more details in that as well. So that's 3.9 million in our capital spend for the Department of Natural Resources, Agriculture, Fisheries, and the Environment. And then we have land acquisition, Madam Speaker, which comes in for capital spend of 40.5 million. And this, Madam Speaker, includes the acquisition of lands for the development of the runway, Madam Speaker. Just last week, we would have brought in a team from the BVI, Smiths Go, Madam Speaker, and their sole responsibility is to look at 94 acres of land that directly impacts the runway expansion. So that team is on island, and that team is performing. Madam Speaker, we realize the urgency of making sure, of ensuring, and of securing the land for the airport runway expansion. Madam Speaker, I'm still in my ministry with capital spend. And we go down now to water development. And I don't know what budget the leader of opposition was speaking from yesterday, but he mentioned he saw somewhere, he thought he saw somewhere, 1.9 million for water. Perhaps we needed to FedEx a copy of the budget. He needed a hard copy to be able to go through because he'd been off island for quite some time. And I understand the challenges of navigating a soft copy in this day and age.
Madam Speaker, on a point of order, the member is impugning the improper motive again because he is insinuating that leader of opposition can't read a soft copy. When the leader of opposition said yesterday that he misspoke and the figure was indeed $9 million, he corrected that, Madam Speaker.
I could continue?
Yes.
Thank you. I guess he didn't exercise this morning. Could keep getting up as much as you want. So, Madam Speaker, water development, $9 million for water development. And this includes the relaying of District 13, long pad up to Proctor, the Proctors up to long pad and into Sandy Hill. And District 6, which is Little Harbor to Jeremiah Gums Highway intersection into Blunt Point Road. Into Blunt Point Road, District 6. So we're fixing the water for the people in District 6 as well. It also includes, Madam Speaker, meter installation costs, leak detection crash course, complete construction and furnishing of Department of Water Services office space, and some consultancy services. Madam Speaker, $9 million EC dollars to water. And I have to ask the question, because the problems in water didn't start in March. I have to ask the question, where was the focus to fix such a vital and essential service over the past 5 years? Because the problems didn't just start. We've been having water issues for many administrations. And I'm not blaming the previous administration, and I'm not blaming the administration before them either. All I am saying, I am now the Minister of Water, and I have to question where was the focus. But I have to zoom in on the previous 5 years, because those 5 years is immediate. They just passed. I have to zoom in and the immediate 5 years that just passed? And to ask that question, where was the focus? Because there are so many issues, from the network to the distribution to the production to the building to staff. Their only focus, Madam Speaker, during the last 5 years was to marry water with electricity. That was the only focus. An ill-advised move. It works in other countries. But when you have an electricity company that is a public-private company, how are you going to force that marriage with a statutory body at the time? How are you? So instead of focusing on righting the wrongs, whatever wrongs they perceive were happening with having an authority, they should have righted those wrongs, made those wrongs right. Solving the problem could never be just bringing an authority back under government. As a matter of fact, Madam Speaker, they made it worse because they brought it back under and neglected to even amend the act to allow for a CEO or a director. Can you imagine? Almost 2 years, a department functioning without a director, functioning with one engineer. God bless her. Can you imagine that? Can you imagine this house functioning without Mr. Proctor? Cannot happen. Can you imagine a house functioning without the speaker? It cannot happen. Customs cannot function without a director. IRD cannot function without a director. So why is it that there was no attention paid?
Madam Speaker, on a point of order, that is, the member is imputing improper motive because these things were
Hold
brought
on. Member, he's imputing improper motive to whom?
to the farmer administration.
No. To whom?
To the farmer administration.
You're raising a point of order of
Yes.
imputing improper motive has to be to the member that's on their feet. So is he impute improper motive to any member? So who is the member that he's imputing improper motive to?
He's imputing improper motive to the minister who was responsible for water during that time, Madam Speaker.
You?
Yes, because
and how so?
because he's claiming that there was no focus on water. There was none of
Remember,
these.
that is his debate.
Yes, there was none of these none of these roles filled when the minister, these were budgeted for, allocated for, and we do not do the hiring. The ministers of government do not do the hiring of public servants. This goes to public administration, and that is where it fell down.
Member,
So
first of all,
he's trying
hang
to
on.
blame the farmer
Member.
administration for these roles not being filled.
Imputing improper motive relates to what he's alleging against the member. What he's stating is a matter of fact that doesn't appear to be in dispute. Is it in dispute? Member, I'm speaking to you. It's your point of order. I know you're on your phone, but I am addressing you. Is it in dispute that there was no director at the time? Is that in dispute? He's stating a matter of fact. Your point of order is that he is imputing improper motive to you. Is it in dispute by what he says as a statement of fact that there was no director at the time? Is that in dispute?
He is giving the impression that
No.
was
Is it
due
in
to-
dispute? The statement that Mr. Hodge made is that there was no director at the time. The House cannot run without a speaker, although you might wish it would, the clerk, or anybody else. But he's stating it as a matter of fact. Your point of order is that he's imputing improper motive to you. So I'm asking you, I'm working through your point of order. I'm asking you, is it a dispute that there was no director at the time? Because that's all he said.
Madam Speaker, you are imputing improper motive because you said.
Member Hodge, please proceed. Please
Madam
proceed.
Speaker, thank you. I know this tactic too well. The member is trying to throw me off. Madam Speaker, I have some coffee and I am focused.
But I'm going to ask the clock to give you back your time because the member for Road South insists on heckling you, and I think it's way too early for anybody
Madam
to be
Speaker,
heckled.
I am not heckling the member.
I
I am
think
not heckling the member.
let's stand down for 5 minutes, please. This house stands down for 5 minutes. Good morning again. We resume. Member Hodge was on his feet. I will invite him to continue his presentation. Member Hodge, we have not eroded your time. We'll take that into consideration when you get to the 1 hour mark. Okay. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate it. Madam Speaker, as I was saying, I was discussing the fact that because I am now the Minister of Water, I have to go back and analyze, Madam Speaker, the previous 5 years. And to give the former Minister of Water some credit, Madam Speaker, the former minister did allocate some $4 million for water. Most of that money, Madam Speaker, was dedicated for the construction of the office building and the purchase of some meters and some fittings. I've always said, on many interviews and in press conferences, that it wasn't enough. The focus had always supposed to be on the infrastructure and stopping the leaks.
Madam Speaker, on a point of clarity, I just want clarity. The member said that the former minister allocated $4 million for water. Which year? 7 million. 7 million.
I have the budgets here.
Yeah.
5. We looked at the back. The former minister, the member for opposition, don't even know his budgets. 7 million was for roads in the 2025 budget and 4 million for water development. It's on page 196 and 197 of the 2025 budget. I've studied the budgets, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, member, for pointing that out. Are you satisfied, member from Road South, on where he's speaking about? You found it? Okay, good.
I've studied the budgets. I've studied 2019 budget, 2020. I go home in the night, Madam Speaker, and I read. I've studied, I have with me 2024, 2025, and 2026. And anything we need to know in these budgets, I could pull up the page. And this is not using ChatGPT or a soft copy. This is a hard copy with notes. Madam Speaker, as I was saying, 4 million was earmarked by the previous minister mainly for the construction of the building. And the building does need to refurbish. In fact, Michael would have assessed the building, and the building, the roof needs to now come down. We were thinking about just going upstairs and giving the staff some more space to have offices and conference rooms and what's not. But now the entire roof have to come down. So we are putting some more funds into the structure so that the guys, when they finish a long day of work, Madam Speaker, they don't have to sit on outside under a tree. So, Madam Speaker, we are doing what it takes to ensure that we provide a good working environment for the hard-working people down at Water. And I have a lot of respect for those guys. They wake up, they have 1 or 2 of those guys that wake up at 2 in the morning, 2 a.m. When everybody else is asleep. We have on-call workers waking up to open up valves so that the people of this country could get water. I have a lot of respect for that entire team down at the Department of Water Services, Madam Speaker. And that is why we just hired a second engineer. We just added a second engineer by the name of Teleka, forget the last name. Teleka Mussington. A brilliant engineer, a brilliant addition to the water team. And Madam Speaker, this team, under the leadership of the Honorable Cora Richardson Hodge, we have made it our business to classify water as a priority. And we have gone even further to say to the team, to say to the Deputy Governor, to say to everybody within the system that it is a national emergency that we move at a different pace. We cannot move at the same pace as if everybody's getting water. When some people go home in their pump is working and they can just open up the tap and get water, that's all well and good. But there's still a lot of people in this country that doesn't have that, Madam Speaker. And it is very unfortunate. And as minister, I take responsibility. I have no regrets. I said in March of 2025 that I will take on this challenge. And I have no regrets, Madam Speaker. Because I am passionate about solving the issue of water in this country. Madam Speaker, I get messages weekly. I get phone calls. An elderly man, Madam Speaker, came to my office. And he cried, Madam Speaker. He cried because for months, he is just trying to get water to run through his shower head. And this is why I have declared it, this team have declared it as an emergency. We have to move at a different pace. So ever since being elected 9 months ago, I've been hearing the horror stories. I've been hearing the stories of pain because people just want water to wash in bed and not have to use storage drums. They just want it to flow, Madam Speaker. And we, Madam Speaker, are making this a priority. And Madam Speaker, just last week, we would have confirmed, and this is in addition to the engineer, the second engineer, we would have just signed a contract with the former engineer, Mr. Romel Hughes, to come back and assist. Because to fix water, Madam Speaker, we need all hands on deck. It isn't political. All hands on deck. Former engineer, Mr. Hughes. He's also a former director of water. Who knows water better than Romel Hughes? When we had the issue of the valve in March or April, and we were told that it was going to take 6 months to get it on island, I called Romel Hughes personally. And I asked Romel Hughes, do you have any contacts in the region so that we can get this valve? And this was the valve for the concrete tank, which is the main 1 million-gallon tank that supplies the island. How could we wait 6 months to get that tank, that 1 million-gallon tank, back in operation? We could not wait 6 months. So I called Romel and I asked, do you have any contacts? He immediately asked for the specs. He wanted the details. He wanted the specs of that valve. And immediately, Madam Speaker, within a week, within 7 days, Mr. Hughes found a valve in Antigua, right across the road, Antigua. And that valve, Madam Speaker, in the matter of 2-3 days, was on a Thirteenth Anguilla flight to Anguilla. All hands on deck. And that is our approach, Madam Speaker. So when I hear the horror stories, when I read the messages, and when I saw that gentleman cry, Madam Speaker, that lit a passion in me. That we can't just sit back and allow it to get fixed whenever it gets fixed. It lit a passion in me that we have to increase our pressure to make sure that it's fixed. And while speaking about pressure, Madam Speaker, there are some success stories, Madam Speaker, coming through. And I am very happy because I took some blows. I took some blows over water. Still getting it. And the department is taking a lot of blows too. The secretary answering the phone is having to calm people down on a daily basis. But speaking about pressure, Madam Speaker, I got a call yesterday morning, bragging about the high pressure that they're receiving in South Hill. Bragging. The person even said, upstairs got water, downstairs got water. It coming through with full pressure. I said, thank you, Jesus. I tell him to hold on, man. Things will happen. Hold on. We are putting everything in place. We are making sure that we re-advertise for the many vacancies that we have. And we have vacancies, Madam Speaker, for water technician, 2 water technician assistants. We have vacancies for distribution foreman, vacancy for director. All those positions, Madam Speaker, we are making sure that they're re-advertised before the year is done, because they are very critical for the fixing of water. We cannot overburden our staff at the water department, Madam Speaker. It's not a very young staff. And we are looking, Madam Speaker, as much as possible to be able to allow that institutional knowledge that the most senior people has, to just pass it on to those younger ones. But Madam Speaker, I want to touch on the contract that we have with Mr. Hughes, with Mr. Romel Hughes, former CEO, former director, former engineer. I want to go through a few of his terms of reference so that the people can understand what he is coming in to do. And he has a 6-month contract, Madam Speaker, that he has signed. 1, assessing and resolving water distribution problems across the entire island, initially concentrating on the western districts, West End, Long Bay, South Hill, and the Cove. Mapping and verifying the entire distribution network. Developing a spares and fittings procurement plan. Assessing and estimating the cost of rehabilitating or replacing the brackish water reverse osmosis plant and its associated well field. Offering suggestions to improve operations and minimize water losses. Conducting feasibility and demand studies concerning future production, desalination, and storage capacities. Mentoring and coaching a team of engineers and technical officers. All important functions, Madam Speaker. He starts work this week. I wish it was last month, but he starts this week, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, things are turning around. It will not turn around as fast as the general public would like. And I sympathize with the issues and the complaints, because water is essential. And it's another department that should not have been taken back under government. Because when I travel to the Caribbean Water and Wastewater Association conference, every other country had a water authority. We were the only one with a department with an authority that came back under government. But we'll see, Madam Speaker, how we manage. So, Madam Speaker, although I'm not satisfied that in 9 months we have not fixed water, I am satisfied that we are in the process of fixing water. And that is important, that we keep moving ahead, and that the pace at which we are moving, that we are showing urgency, and we are showing that we care about people's basic need. So, Madam Speaker, just recently we would have seen a procurement that went out by MICO for the procurement of some 6-inch C900 pipe. Those pipe would be brought in, Madam Speaker, because as they fix the roads, as they dig up the roads, we will utilize the pipe and we will relay those areas at the same time instead of digging up a road, fixing it, and then going back to dig it up again to lay pipe. We are putting in the pipe one time while the roads are being resurfaced. So that procurement went out, and we will be following that with some other procurement to go out very shortly. But in addition, Madam Speaker, to the construction of the office, Madam Speaker, we have decided to build another storage shed. I believe the last storage shed would have gotten destroyed with Hurricane Irma, and the pipe would have just been stored in the natural elements. That is not a good practice. The sun, and Anguilla's sun, Madam Speaker, beaten down on the pipe for years in the same pipe would have to at some point go into the ground is not a good practice. So we've designed, just a month ago, we've designed a new storage shed. So the people of Anguilla, those contractors, those in construction, can go and look for that procurement. There's the procurement for the building of the office accommodation and also the building of the storage shed. So, Madam Speaker, while I'm still on water, just about 5 to 6 weeks ago, we had a visit by a company that is piloting a smart metering program. And these smart meters, Madam Speaker, will help in the area of being able to monitor water usage, being able to remotely monitor water usage. Currently, what happens, we have a team of meter readers that takes about 2 weeks every month of their time to drive this country from east to west, north to south, burning fuel, burning gas, to manually read meters. So for every month, 2 weeks out of that month, 2 weeks is taken up manually getting out, writing on a piece of paper what the reading is on the meter, and then bringing that reading back to the office. Madam Speaker, it's high time that we find a better way to read meters. So I am quite happy to have seen the pilot program being rolled out with 10 smart meters being installed, and these meters they have a satellite system that they connect with that is installed at a high point nearby. So we're looking forward to what the results will be for those smart meters, and then thereafter, Madam Speaker, we will be purchasing 2,500 smart meters for the entire island. Madam Speaker, I also want to touch on the fact that the United Kingdom government would have proposed to grant us £1 million for assistance with fixing our water system. And I give them, and I say thanks to the UK government. The monies to fix the water network is about 50 to 60 million EC dollars. We know that 1 million, it does just a little, but we are thankful for every little adds up, Madam Speaker. £1 million could be about 3.5 million EC dollars. So for 2026, when you add the 3.5 million to the 9 million, you get somewhere around $12.5 million. And we are thankful, Madam Speaker, for the United Kingdom support. So, Madam Speaker, as far as water goes, I want to thank the hard-working staff for holding fort, for holding strong, Madam Speaker, and holding the fort, because it has been rough for them over the past few years, having to deal with the many complaints and the challenges throughout Anguilla that the entire country would have experienced. And I'm happy, Madam Speaker, that this government is focusing in making sure that water is a priority for the people of Anguilla. So, in the next coming months, we expect to see the water system in Anguilla being fixed. Madam Speaker, I want to now touch on the Department of Natural Resources, Fisheries, Agriculture, and the Environment. We have allocated 3.9 million EC dollars to the Department of Natural Resources. And my colleague, the Honorable Karel Richardson, the member for District 4, Parliamentary Secretary, he has responsibility, Madam Speaker, for agriculture. And he's a farmer, which lends well, Madam Speaker, for his expertise to be bestowed on the farmers, both young and old. But Madam Speaker, the Department of Natural Resources, they can look forward to many great things happening for 2026. And I heard the member for Road North speak about the 2 million that was allocated for the 2025 budget. And that Department of Natural Resources is now, Fisheries and Agriculture is now getting less. Madam Speaker, $1.7 million is allocated in this budget for fisheries and agriculture. And you will see, Madam Speaker, you will see, the people of Anguilla will see this administration work magic with that $1.7 million. You will see. We have embarked, Madam Speaker, on a fruit orchard, currently planted right now, Madam Speaker, is 100 guava trees, 60 avocado trees, and we are looking, Madam Speaker, before the year end and into next year too, to order more. We are looking now to order passion fruit trees. We are ordering plantain trees. We are ordering coconut trees to finish plant out the orchard, Madam Speaker. And this is part of an overall master plan, Madam Speaker, to develop the entire grounds. The area where the greenhouses are, come across the road to the green space / the botanical garden. Madam Speaker, we're looking at an overall master plan to develop and go into agro-processing, even to go into agro-tourism, Madam Speaker. So there's much potential in the area. And Madam Speaker, the Parliamentary Secretary spoke also about a national abattoir. And he was very conservative, Madam Speaker. But I will speak in detail about what we met. Because prior to us coming to office, Madam Speaker, there were some photo ops that took place down in the Department of Agriculture with the launch of an abattoir. An abattoir that was fitted into a building that was old and dilapidated, that was just painted. Madam Speaker, we would have visited that abattoir and we could not believe what we saw. We thought, coming into office, we were walking into an abattoir that was functioning. Machines never used, just placed there for photos. How can you have an abattoir and there's no drainage in your floors? How can you have an abattoir with cracked floors? That thing needed to be sealed. The walls needed aluminum sheeting because you're dealing with blood, you're dealing with splatter.
Madam Speaker, on a point of order, just for correction for the member that he did for me yesterday, the announcement was that an abattoir is coming and it was under construction, Madam Speaker. No one at no point in time announced that it was completed and that was operational. No one announced that it was opened, and the announcements were always that it was under construction. So it was an abattoir that was under construction. Yes, the pipes were being laid in the floor and all those things, Madam Speaker, but it wasn't completed, Madam Speaker. Just for correction and for the records.
Thank you for that. Member, do you note the correction made by the member from Road North?
Madam Speaker, I can remember the leader of opposition on his Monday program speaking to the public, saying that it was open. But I don't have the exact date and time, so I can
Would you
agree.
withdraw unless you
Yeah,
have
no
it?
problem
Okay.
with that.
The member will withdraw it, Mr. Richardson.
But I'll look for that
Thank you, Madam
tape,
Speaker.
and the public will be given and furnished that tape.
Member, noted. Proceed.
So, Madam Speaker, they took some photos in an abattoir, Madam Speaker. And an abattoir is a good thing. We applaud them for bringing an abattoir. And we support the abattoir. The abattoir that is now in place is a single species abattoir. It can only handle poultry. That's not enough, Madam Speaker. So what we have done is we have allocated some money in the budget to acquire a multi-species abattoir capable of handling poultry, sheep, goats, and pigs. And we cannot utilize that building. So we are building a new facility, a new building to be able to house the National Abattoir as coined by the Parliamentary Secretary. So we are taking it many steps further, Madam Speaker. So government is continuous, We continued on the start of an abattoir, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in the capital budget as well for 2026, we've allocated some funds for two hydroponic structures. And these are two climate control hydroponic structures, Madam Speaker, that will be good and fit for growing all year round. We would have visited Nevis recently, and we would have seen how they have transformed their agriculture sector and utilizing the technology, shade houses, the greenhouses, Madam Speaker. They have an abundance of hydroponics in Nevis. These big, tall, climate-controlled structures, Madam Speaker, similar to the one down at Aurora. That is what we're embarking on, Madam Speaker, so that both traditional farmers, young farmers, can be intrigued, can realize that, hey, farming is a good sector to be in. There's money to be made in farming. And I want to implore on all young people throughout this country to not look at farming in a low way, Madam Speaker. Farming is a prestigious job. You are feeding people. So I encourage people, Madam Speaker, to look at farming in a more positive way, because there are two young farmers, Madam Speaker, that would have resigned from the hotel system and went into farming just recently. They are bright examples of what farming can do for a country and what farming can do for themselves and their families. So as much as possible, Madam Speaker, we are encouraging them to continue, and whatever support they need, they know that they can call on the member for District 4 for assistance. Madam Speaker, we've had some conversation just recently with an app developer, a guy in Barbados who developed an app to be able to forecast, to be able to assist with extension services, so that when our extension officers go out and visit farms, they're not manually writing stuff. They have a tablet and they have an app that they can log stuff in. And this app, Madam Speaker, is capable of forecasting yield, forecasting the date of which crops will be ready. We've spoken at length regarding this, Madam Speaker. So we intend to contact that app developer early next year to be able to find a way to roll this out as soon as possible, because it can only be of assistance to our farmers. One of the biggest problems that we have, Madam Speaker, is the communication between farmer, department, and consumer. are importer. Importers import, farmers farm, but they must communicate in order to lessen the imports, Madam Speaker. So we believe, Madam Speaker, that app will come in very handy for our farmers. Madam Speaker, yesterday we heard a lot about the area in which we would have cleared, the area that is earmarked for a track and field. And it is still earmarked, Madam Speaker. Nobody is denying, nobody on this side is denying our young people the ability to have a professional, world-class track and field. World Athletics, Madam Speaker, they have communicated with the previous administration, and they have communicated with this administration, Madam Speaker, and we are all in support. And if that area is the best area, so be it. We are all ready to make the sacrifice. It's good farmland, you know. It's good farmland, but we are all ready to make the sacrifice, Madam Speaker. But we are also looking at other lands that we can purchase, that if and when World Athletics comes and say, hey, we are ready for you, we can have two options. So we are also being proactive in looking at other lands, at least so that an option could be there. So we've cleared the land, and the members of the opposition, they have been repeatedly saying that we are putting fruit trees on that parcel of land. That is absolutely untrue. That is false. Fruit trees are the orchard is going to the north of the green space. There's no plan for fruit trees on that parcel opposite the tennis courts, to the west of the tennis courts. What will go there, Madam Speaker, if we find farmers to farm it on a short-term basis, is the cash crops, regular cash crops. But like I said, when World Athletics is ready, that land is there. It's earmarked. So, Madam Speaker, 2026, we have a lot in store for the Department of Agriculture. We're looking at an agro-processing facility to be able to process, as Paul Sick said, process the jams, the chips, the seasonings, whatever byproducts that can be produced from having an expanded orchard and for assisting farmers with different ways of farming their byproducts. When they have excess tomatoes, excess other vegetables, they can bring it, Madam Speaker, to the agro-processing unit, and we can find a way to dry it, to freeze it. You know, we see a lot of people, Madam Speaker, in Angola selling juices. We see a lot of people, different areas, side of the road, selling juices out of their trunks. Coconut water, passion fruit juice. You know, it's always healthier and better to go and purchase a local drink, a local juice, as opposed to picking up those imported high sugar juices, those little small bottles with 40 grams of sugar in them, right? So we are looking to assist all those processors, those small business people that make their juices, Madam Speaker, soursop juices. 60 soursop trees in a couple of years. We got to find a way to be able to process the excess, because there will be excess, there will be a lot. So we are getting ourselves ready by putting in place an agro-processing unit. Madam Speaker, fish processing, that's another area that we have earmarked money for 2026 to be able to build the fish processing plant, Madam Speaker. It was earmarked in the previous capital budget as well, and the previous administration, Madam Speaker, would have looked at on the rocks. And I think that they didn't take their time, because on the rocks building, Madam Speaker, the way how it's built, you know, the walls on the inside, you know, it's not an open space. When you're looking at a fish processing plant, you want to have an open space, Madam Speaker. where you could run your water lines above your head, where you can have the drainage in the floors. So it was never an ideal building. But I understand the politics, Madam Speaker. They wanted to make it seem as if, processing plant is coming, and, we got a building, and elections coming. The former premier knew he was going to call elections early, so as much politics, they could have played, they played. So if it wasn't for Vanya screaming at them, maybe the fish processing plant would have gone in Island Harbor. So, Madam Speaker, we've looked at Long Ground as a possible option. There's a building, a warehouse structure that we looked at. And just recently, Madam Speaker, and thank you to Maiku, they would have cleared an area in Sandy Ground that was the old fisheries building. They would have cleared that off just recently. And that's given us now a good look of the area to be able to determine whether or not Sandy Ground is indeed, the better place to put it. Of course, Madam Speaker, this is subject to consultation with the neighbors, consultation with the people of Sandy Ground, but there was one before. The member for Sandy Ground is here as well. I'm sure he would support it, but we'll speak to the residents down in Sandy Ground, Madam Speaker, because perhaps we can certainly locate that plant over there. Madam Speaker, still on fishing, farming, I want to thank the NCBA Bank for taking the lead in starting that initiative, speaking with the farmers and fishers. They had 2 nights last week, speaking with both, one night for farmers, the other night for fishers, where they spoke about how the bank can offer credit, how the bank can be of assistance in terms of loans for farmers and fishers. And they had a good dialogue, Madam Speaker, because I would have spoken to some folks that were present, and the dialogue was engaging, Madam Speaker, where farmers were presenting to the bank, that farming makes money. To hear farmers, speak to lending agencies, letting them know that farming makes money. And then the bank speaking to them and saying, listen, we want to work with you, we want to help, we need records. We need to know your monthly records, we need to know your weekly records. So, as a government, Madam Speaker, we have to find ways and means of strengthening our farmers, getting them to understand and getting them to a position where they have the ability, the scope, the capacity to maintain records. And I have no doubt that they do, but it's just now to get it all in practice. And Madam Speaker, the Parliamentary Secretary would have also spoken about some livestock that were imported on Friday. Everything seems to be happening, Madam Speaker, as we close out the year. Some 18 goats and sheep of high quality was imported for breeding, Madam Speaker. And this is just the beginning of the program, because going forward, we will be looking into artificial insemination as well, where we don't have to actually bring animals, but we ship the important stuff. So, Anguilla, right? So, Madam Speaker, things are moving ahead. And, it's looking really good for the Department of Natural Resources. And the former premier would have spoken about the loan program at ADB. And this is just to let him know that we are reviewing that program, that was implemented some years ago after COVID. After COVID had slowed down things, Madam Speaker, ADB would have offered, the government would have given some money to ADB to be able to lend to fishers and farmers. We will be overviewing that program. There's money in that budget for ADB to lend, but we would be looking at it to see how we can enhance it, how we can make it better, because there are a lot of fishers, Madam Speaker, that want to buy boats, buy vessels, buy engines. I know of a fisherman right now. He built a really nice cargo boat, small in size, but nice. And to complete it, he just needs some engines. He built it from scratch. He doesn't owe anybody. So we have to be able, Madam Speaker, to sit with these fishers and farmers and understand their plans and proposals for the sector. And then, sit with ADB to see how we can ensure that these people get the help that they truly, truly need. Madam Speaker, I want to touch on MOUs, because there are several MOUs that are in progress. And we would have just approved the MOU for Beach Enclave in Executive Council a couple of weeks ago. So that MOU is now ready for signing. We are very close to signing the MOU for the Dune Club. We are negotiating with them on a few final matters, and that MOU would be slated to be signed in 2026. This week, Thursday, Executive Council, we should be reviewing the MOU for Cebu. And once that is passed in Executive Council this Thursday, Madam Speaker, that too would be ready for signing. But I just want to go through some details, Madam Speaker, as it relates to these MOUs and what they bring to the country. Beach Enclave is a luxury oceanfront accommodation, and they intend to build 137 rooms, and that project is slated to begin in 2026. All the preliminary construction work is taking place right now. They have started with the clearing of the land, with the building of perimeter fencing and walls, and they are on the way to starting phase 1, the first quarter of 2026. And that project, Madam Speaker, is $110 million US. It's $110 million US investment. 80 million US of that is in construction. And during the construction phase, Madam Speaker, that project is expected to hire 175 people during their construction phases. And when it's opened to the public and to welcome guests, that project, which is a boutique hotel project with many amenities, Madam Speaker, they intend to hire up to 160 employees. So that is some economic news. I think the member from Road North would have asked about some economic news yesterday, and just here to report to the public that this is some economic news for Anguilla. The Dune Club, another, so jobs, the creation of jobs, the investment in construction is a good spin-off for the overall economy of Anguilla. The Dune Club is another property, Madam Speaker, on Rendezvous. It's just to the west of the Dune. That property brings 32 rooms. It's another boutique property, 32 rooms, $14.6 million in investment. When they begin construction, it is proposed that they will hire at least 80 people during the construction phase. And when they are open, Madam Speaker, about 50 people will be employed during this operation. Also, Madam Speaker, the marina development is on its way. Many administrations would have spoken about Anguilla developing a marina, and we are happy to see that in 2025, the excavation would have started. This MOU was signed by the previous administration, and it continues throughout this administration, Madam Speaker. Most of the construction for the property, which includes a hotel, shopping, and all that stuff, that will begin in 2027 and go on to 2028, 2029. But the marina component, where boats and slips will be sold, that is well underway. Excavation is ramping up, and that project will be looking to open early in 2027. So, Madam Speaker,
Remember, that is your 1 hour, but I have given you room for an additional 30 minutes because of the disruptions
Thank
this
you, Madam
morning.
Speaker.
Please proceed.
thank you. So, Madam Speaker, that project is going along well, and we're looking for the opening of the marina early in 2027. Madam Speaker, there's also the Savannah Bay project, and the leader of opposition, spoke about the Savannah Bay project yesterday. And he made reference to it, Madam Speaker, and he said, finally, the Minister of Economic Development is in contact with the developers of the Savannah Bay project. And finally, we'll see that project moving ahead. Madam Speaker, that sounded to me as if we were holding back the progress of Savannah Bay. It sounded to me as if Savannah Bay is a project that is ready to start. But when I contacted the investors, we reached out as soon as we got elected. We didn't get them. Somehow the message got over to them that the government is trying to contact you. I reached out to them, Madam Speaker, and we had a really good conversation. And I encouraged them and I told them that we're looking forward to meeting them in person. We have a Zoom that we will set up before the in-person meeting, but we are looking to welcome them on our shows again. But I was told, Madam Speaker, by the investors that they're still in the process of finding other investors to partner along with them for this project to happen. So it's not quite ready to get started. So I want the public to know, because whenever you hear the leader of opposition speak about this project, you would believe that it's ready to go. And quite naturally, people would ask, why isn't it starting? Or when is it starting? I have no start date. What I was told is that we are looking for investors, hotel chains, who wants to partner with this project. It's a huge project to take place in the East. We support it and we welcome it, Madam Speaker. So as far as the Savannah Bay breaking ground, I have no start date to report to the people of Anguilla at this present time. I would hope that by the end of the year, when we do meet in person, that we have some more information that we can relay to the general public. But this project, Madam Speaker, is also tied to the boardwalk. And during the campaign of the APM, Madam Speaker, they would have released some videos, some renderings of a boardwalk, a beautiful boardwalk project. It will transform Island Harbor. And I can't wait to hear word from the investors that they're ready to move ahead with this. Because if they are not ready to even start the hotel project, how can they be ready to start a boardwalk? But, Madam Speaker, we will push for it. You have my assurance, Mr. Leader of Opposition, that we will also push for it. But we can't force anybody to start building a boardwalk even before their project is started. We can't force them. If they're looking for investors for the hotel project, we can't force them to start a boardwalk. But we will encourage them as much as possible, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, as it relates to foreign direct investment, things are looking good from an economic standpoint. And we are doing everything possible in the Ministry of Economic Development to get the word out that Anguilla is ready. In fact, just about 6 weeks, 8 weeks ago, myself and the Director of Trade, Commerce, and Investment, Mr. Goddard, we would have presented many investment options to just under 100 investors in the United Kingdom. And that is the beginning of our approach to being proactive as it relates to marketing Anguilla in a way that attracts the type of investment that we want. So going forward, Madam Speaker, we are not sitting back and waiting for the next investor to find Anguilla. We are looking forward to going and traveling to investment conferences. The same way how tourism travels and they go to marketing shows, they go to the CTO. We are looking, Madam Speaker, to attending, we are seeking out the top of the top investment conferences. So looking forward to doing some of that, Madam Speaker, with the Director of Trade. Madam Speaker, I want to talk a little bit about the GST reform that we would have done August 1st. Madam Speaker, it is something that we campaigned on. We were honest with the people. We had a committee that was set up in 2024 that looked at what was happening generally in Anguilla economy. We spoke to consumers, we spoke to businesses, we spoke to restaurants, we compiled the information, Madam Speaker. We had a very detailed report as to what was happening in Anguilla as it relates to GST. Madam Speaker, we went to Laview and we released our GST relief plan. We campaigned on it. The people of Anguilla would have bought into our campaign the same way how the people of Anguilla bought into the 2020 campaign by the Anguilla Progressive Movement. But the only difference, Madam Speaker, is that we stayed true to the people when we got elected. We didn't turn our back on day one, Madam Speaker. On day one, the Premier was laser focused on delivering, a woman of integrity, laser focused on delivering on what we campaigned on. It wasn't me, it was the Premier. I had nothing to say about GST when I got elected. Nothing. It filed under the Ministry of Finance. So I had nothing to say. I focused on my ministry, economic development, natural resources, lands, planning, water. I focused on that. But the Premier was laser focused to ensure that we deliver for the people, Madam Speaker. And we did. And people ask about the relief. They ask about the reform. And it's a good question. Are we seeing the effects of the reform? It's a good question, Madam Speaker. And I would say we are. We are feeling it. The true impact, Madam Speaker, is being clouded by the trade war, the tariff war that took place. But Madam Speaker, I have no doubt that when the report comes out on Friday, that the people have felt the relief. Because what if we didn't? The 13% on products, Madam Speaker, in the stores, that is on profit. Businesses complained about paying the 13% at the port. That liquidity, gone. Gone. They never got that cash back in their hand, Madam Speaker. That remained in the system. That cash out never came back in their hand. So, Madam Speaker, I have no doubt that the reform worked. If you look at construction, the impact is real, it's positive. I myself, Madam Speaker, went to a hardware store and purchased an item. That store happened to still have the GST written on the back of the item. So I saw what it was with the GST, Madam Speaker. And when I went to the register and they wrote up my receipt, the price that I paid was less than what was on the item. You want any more evidence than that? That's evidence. In the restaurants, I've eaten with family that visited me during the summer. I've eaten with them. And I've noticed, Madam Speaker, how they were so happy to be able to give more to our hard-working waiters and waitresses. I witnessed this myself, so I know it is happening. I'm not speaking only based on what people told me. I was even sent the ground one time, Madam Speaker, in a big conversation with many people. One person said to me, "Thank you. I felt a difference. I see the difference in the shop, in the supermarket, you know." The next person said, "Well, the shop that I went to, I didn't feel it." And that is what's happening right now. So there's a perspective out there that some stores passed on, and there's another perspective that stores didn't pass on. And Madam Speaker, we don't want to come in and regulate prices. We don't want to do it. We prefer to see the free market operate. We don't want to control prices. So as much as possible, Madam Speaker, we are engaging our stores respectfully. The reason why the Farmer Administration was going to do price control is because from the onset of GST, they disrespected every store in this country. And that is why they're over there. They disrespected every store in this country. The leader of opposition speak about 11 stores submitting to get back the IGT credit and only 2 receiving it. Every one of them, because they paid their IGT at the port, should have been given adequate time to get their money back. It's their money they spent in IGT. It should have never come down to 2 stores. If you want to say something, get up on the point of order. It should have never been only 2 stores receiving the IGT credit. That's their money they paid, Madam Speaker. So because they had such an adversarial relationship with the people, anybody who opposed them, adversarial. I was part of the administration. Nobody
Madam
can
Speaker,
tell me.
on a point of order, the member is representing Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, the IGT credit was supposed to be paid back if the stores passed it on to consumers, and they had to prove it through their records and point of sale systems, Madam Speaker. Only 2 were able to do that, Madam Speaker. The member knows it, but he's intentionally doing this, Madam Speaker. I'm wondering what he had plus the coffee this morning.
Madam Speaker, there was a court order. One store went to court, and the court ruled that even at that point, after the court hearing, that if they can pass on savings, that they qualify. So it was about time. It was about giving time.
Madam Speaker, on the point of order. That is not what the court ruled.
Hang on, he hasn't finished the thought. Proceed.
It was about giving adequate time. I don't have the court ruling in front of me, Madam
So the
Why
point
don't
of
the
order
Premier
from
could
the
clean this up for
honorable
me?
leader, which I'm dealing with now. So I didn't interrupt because the point of order from the leader is that he wanted to clarify or to add on the second part of the limb, which you've now admitted that they were required to prove it. Whether or not they did or didn't isn't really what we're disputing because we don't have evidence on any of those things. But I think you accept the point of clarification by the honorable leader. Thank you very much for your respectful contribution, leader. Proceed.
Yes. They were required to prove it, but they weren't given adequate time when all of this was happening. So some of them just folded. Some of them gave up and didn't care to even try to apply for it. Because the requirements is another thing, Madam Speaker, to be able to prove that they passed it on. One company took the government to court, Madam Speaker. And that judgment, Madam Speaker, it basically said to go back and figure it out. It didn't rule one way or the other, but it was about if they can prove that savings are passed on, they submit this information, and then they can receive back their IGT. And they did. So, Madam Speaker,
Madam Speaker, just on a point of clarity, I think the member said they proved that they passed on the savings. Correct me if I'm wrong, if that's what you said.
yes. Yes, they submitted documents.
But Member,
What is the point of order?
the point of order that was misleading.
Okay, how so?
Because they could not prove that they passed it down because they themselves admitted that they did not pass it down because they did not trust that government will compensate them.
Okay, you've made a point of order saying they. Both are saying they. Who are we talking about? You made the point of order. What is your point of order? You said they were not able to prove that they passed on. Who's the they?
Because there was only one company.
What judgment are we talking about?
We're talking about the judgment that the member spoke of. He's speaking about one particular company who went to court. There was only one company that went to court.
Okay.
And the judgment didn't rule, as he said, one way or the next. But what the judge said is that they needed sufficient time, that government did not provide enough time. So basically, go back and prove.
But that's what he said. That's what the member just
But the
said.
member went on to say that they proved that they passed on the savings when they had themselves admitted that they did not pass on the savings because they did not trust that government will compensate them. They will reimburse them.
Madam Speaker, they have subsequently proved. Maybe the member for Road South, he's speaking of a prior time, but they have subsequently proved. But this is nothing to argue about, Madam Speaker. I could move
Member
on.
for
This
Road
is
South,
nothing to argue about.
So what you both agree on is that the judgment said that they were required to present proof that they passed it on. What you both disagree on is whether or not they proved it or not.
Yes, Madam Speaker, you're correct, because they themselves admitted on the record during that time, during the court case, that they did not pass on the...
Members, hold on. Is this an active judicial matter? Because if it is an actual active judicial matter, neither of us are able to deal with the point at all. I invite the Honorable Minister of Finance to indicate, because there are certain principles of subjudicial matters that we can't rule on. Is this an active matter?
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, just by way of intervention, the matter subsequent to the court decision had remained in play in terms of communications and negotiations between the government of Anguilla and the company. And so it is, for all intents and purposes, a live matter. I am happy to report that we will bring this matter to an end during this term of office. And so I would not want to go much further into the details of the matter because we're close to wrapping that up. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Okay, so then I am going to invite the Honorable Single Island Electoral District member to withdraw a reference to what was proven or not proven. Okay, because it is subjudicial and we don't have a ruling on it. When we do, you can both duke it out at an appropriate time. Is that fair, Honorable Member for Finance? Member for Finance, Single Island one. Okay, proceed. Member, I yield to you again another 5 or 10 minutes because that was for my clarification whether or not the point of order would be sustained. The member for Road South point of order is sustained. Proceed.
Thank
You did
you.
stop the time. Thank you, Clara.
You good?
Proceed.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And thank you, Honorable Premier, for clarifying that. So, Madam Speaker, I was speaking about how adversarial in the approach the farmer administration was. And it was the reason why they were so hell-bent on implementing price control, Madam Speaker. It's not an easy thing to implement either. Eh? So, as much as possible, Madam Speaker, we are trying to find alternatives to just controlling prices. Because it is one thing to control the price of fuel, because it's a single commodity. When you look at controlling the price of milk, for instance, you got 10 and 20 different types of milk. You have different sizes, you have different brands. And when you control a particular brand, you would see an influx of an inferior brand. So it's something, Madam Speaker, that we are looking at. You know, we prefer to build a relationship with our importers. We prefer to open up different trade routes to allow alternative high-quality products to come in. And we are going to the UK, myself and the Premier, and we'll have some trade talks, Madam Speaker. But Madam Speaker, I read posts from people in St. Kitts and I read posts from people in St. Kitts and St. Vincent and people from all throughout the world about prices. But we have to do our best. Our importers have to do their best and find ways of coming together, Madam Speaker, to be able to lower the cost for the ordinary man and woman. That is what this is about. Finding ways to lower the cost without having to price control. Because price controlling things, Madam Speaker, is heavily bureaucratic. So, Madam Speaker, the Department of Consumer Affairs, they have just put together a report and they're tidying it up right now, and we will be able to look at what they have done from August, from July, because they would have checked the prices even before our GST reform. And now they would have been able to compare. They will be able to show us the pattern, Madam Speaker. Because in 2024, the Farmer Administration also removed GST. And they removed it on food items, leaving out alcohol and confectionery. So that report, Madam Speaker, is also being looked at. Because removing the 13%, speaking to a few people, removing the 13%, Madam Speaker, is cents on the dollar. So in some instances, it's a very marginal decrease. So what they did in 2024, December, in the policy assumptions on page 7 of the 2026 budget, they would have given up 16.3 million in GST taxes. And in 2026, we are giving up 41. So the Farmer Administration, after their adversarial approach, after they forced GST in two phases in one, unheard of, got into office and on day one, neglected the people. Madam Speaker, it just baffles me. Because here it is, you had an administration that fought down GST. The leader of opposition, even after getting elected, Madam Speaker, was on Radio Anguilla with Keystone Greaves, saying that his permanent secretary is looking for alternatives. You cannot fool the people. That was misleading. Because he well know that his PS and himself were engaging the British in rolling full speed ahead with GST. So how could you sit as the premier of the country and say you and your permanent secretary is looking for options? Where were the options? Where are the options? Were they ever presented? No. We had a whole committee, GST committee, that presented options. That was just an exercise. What we proved to the people of Anguilla, to bring back some integrity into politics, that our committee was not just an exercise. It was real. So, Madam Speaker, as we go forward, we are not saying that our reform is done. We are not saying that we can now throw our hands up in the air and hope that prices go down and hope that the GST reform work. We're not saying that. We have to still be deliberate. We have to still monitor the economy, monitor what's happening in trade. And that is what we will do. This is ongoing. And we recognize that as a small island importing everything, we will have challenges, Madam Speaker, as it relates to our imports. It's beyond our control. But we want to have fair pricing. We want to have natural competition. We want supermarkets, all of these supermarkets we have, Madam Speaker. We should have good competition, no collusion, right? That is what we're looking into, Madam Speaker. And the Consumer Affairs Unit is working on a policy that we call price awareness, where we will publicize prices. And we will ensure that these prices are public to everyone, where they can see and where they can compare. And that provides, that creates a level of competition within itself, Madam Speaker. Because it exposes line by line, column by column, what things are being sold for. And which supermarket, which hardware is selling at the highest. So that is what we're working on, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, I've touched on a lot of things. And what I would say, Madam Speaker, is that we've had just 9 months in office. Just 9 months. And I feel that we have accomplished a lot. And there's much more to be accomplished. In our short 9 months, Madam Speaker, we did the GST reform. We ensured within that structure of reforming the GST that we remove the compounding effect at the port. First time. Compounding is no more. Madam Speaker, we decreased the draconian penalty, fee of $500 per day to $50 per day, in line with other penalties within IRD. $500 a day. You know how many businesses were penalized with $500 a day? How many businesses paid in excess of $50,000 in a fine? In excess of $50,000. Just a late fee. And sometimes, Madam Speaker, it was because the system was down. It was because of weekend, and it slipped. You know, people just forget sometimes, Madam Speaker. But they were fined $500 a day. We reduced that to $50 per day. So those are some things that we did. We also, Madam Speaker, would have supported many families with their medical emergencies overseas beyond what was ordinary. I saw the member for Valinard fight to ensure that people are given a chance to survive. Madam Speaker, students living overseas, we approved that policy, that increase of 40%. Our students living overseas got an increase of 40% for their survival overseas. How long they survive? 17 years without a change in the support that we gave to our students for their living accommodations overseas. We just granted 10 businesses, Madam Speaker, $10,000 each. And we're looking to grant some more. This is 9 months, Madam Speaker. 9 months. About to sign 2 MOUs. 9 months. Madam Speaker, I am proud of this budget. No new taxes. No increased taxes. Compare this to 2020, 2021, and 2022. The record is there, man. During a COVID period, the record is there to show increases at the port, increases at health authority, and then GST 2 phases in 1. Pressure, you talk about pressure, financial pressure. That is why, Madam Speaker, they were obliged, they were forced, Madam Speaker, to be given electricity credits and senior vouchers. That is why, because they took it from the people in excess of what they even needed. They took it in abundance. Reckless. Reckless. If you want to speak, point to order and get up. Reckless. That's why you over there. That's why you over there.
Members.
He's speaking while I'm speaking.
Members.
Good reserves, but you pull it from the people. Yeah. How much reserves the people got? So, Madam Speaker, I will close with this. The people of Anguilla, February of 2025, understood the assignment. And they elected us to government. I heard the Premier used an equation. I wrote it down. He used an equation when he spoke yesterday. He said 2 out of 43. 2 out of 43. That means you're speaking about legislation? Yes. A better equation for you to consider is 8 out of 11. With that, Madam Speaker, thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Thank you for your contribution. I recognize there is one point that the Honorable Member for Road South has asked the clerk to bring to my attention with respect to the point of order he took on the judgment. He has since provided a copy of the judgment, and my ruling does remain the same, member. I'll just make a reference to why. The members are aware of standing orders 56.5, which indicates that a member shall not refer to a matter where a judicial decision is pending. And I think that we had agreed on that, but I think you wanted me to see a particular paragraph of the decision. At paragraph 128 of the decision, in relation to a judgment provided by the member for Road South, Anguilla Building Construction Supplies Limited versus the Minister of Finance of Anguilla et al. At the ultimate paragraph of the rulings, the court, among other things, did say that the matter is remitted back to the defendants for consideration in light of the decision of the court. So my position is the same, that it is subjudicial and there's no need to talk about it, so I wasn't sure what the provision of it was, but it remains the same, and it's on the record. Thank you for your contribution. At this point, I am going to suggest that we take a short break, about 15 minutes, just to refresh, have coffee, and regroup. I do want to welcome in the gallery our Spanish-speaking community liaison officer. Sorry to surprise you, Mr. Harvey Richardson. Thank you for being present. And if we do need your support in terms of any translations, of course, we'll always call on you. Thank you for coming. We are going to stand down for 5 minutes. Thank you. The chair recognizes the single island-wide electoral district member, Brian.
Good morning, Madam Speaker, honorable members of this House, Spanish liaison officer that is with us in the gallery, and the fellow Anguillians that are listening via the live. I also stand with a full sense of purpose and possibility to lend my unwavering support to the 2026 budget presented by the Honorable Premier. This budget represents more than fiscal allocations. It represents a commitment with our young people. It represents a commitment to their potential and an investment in the very spirit that will carry Anguilla forward into the future. Madam Speaker, as a ministerial assistant for sports and youth, I stand representing two interconnected forces that have the power to transform our island. I have a very, very heavy duty in my hands, Madam Speaker, because while, of course, all the ministers have the responsibility for key continuous life living, I have the future of Anguilla in my hand. And that is very important. Youth represents our greatest natural resources, unlimited potential waiting to be unleashed. Sports represents discipline, it builds character, and it creates opportunities. So when we combine these two, when we invest strategically in athletic development and youth empowerment, we don't just build better athletes or more engaged young people, we build a better Anguilla. Madam Speaker, let me candid about where we stand in sports. Anguilla has always been a sporting nation. From our beaches to our playing fields, from boat racing to basketball, from track to football. Sports runs in our cultural DNA. And who better embodies the potential for shared prosperity than young Anguillians, ready to contribute their energy, creativity, and passion to building our nation. But our young people have talent, extraordinary talent, but talent alone is not enough. And we have the member for West End, former cricketer, which can attest to this. He can speak on his experience and let this honorable house know if talent is enough. And not only him, we have a lot of other athletes that have represented us in the international stages. We have elite athletes that continue to represent us. And everyone in this house has a cell phone. And if you have your numbers, you can reach out to them and ask them if talent is enough to get to their level. And you know why, Madam Speaker? Because you cannot build champions on broken facilities. You cannot develop elite athletes without proper infrastructure. And you cannot inspire the next generation to dream big when they are training on fields that have seen better days. So I would like to speak a bit of what the people of Anguilla, the young people of Anguilla, can expect for 2026. Throughout the island, we are investing in the upgrading or rehabilitation of parks and playing field. These community spaces are the grassroots of our sport and development. This is where children kick their first ball, where neighborhood teams were formed or are formed, where informal recreation happens daily. the Sandy Ground playing field, Coronation Park, the resurfacing of 2 tennis courts will be addressed in 2026. And by ensuring that these spaces are safe, well-maintained, and properly equipped, that's how you actually democratize the access to sport. Every child, regardless of their family means or their location on the island, can access quality spaces, play, train, and dream. The Cricket Pavilion. We've allocated 400,000 EC dollars for the development of the Cricket Pavilion, in addition to the 150,000 pounds that was previously secured before we got into power. So we're grateful for that too. But we, as it has already been mentioned in this house, government is continue, and good projects should continue. So we will invest in the Cricket Pavilion coming 2026. Madam Speaker, I would like to move on to the Blowing Point basketball court. And I'm happy to say that by 2026, it will be completed. It has started from now in 2025. $215,000 US is allocated for this project. It does not include the labor of the project. So what the $215,000 US include is 2 experts from B7 Globals, which is the company that was awarded the procurement project, to oversee the installation of the steel frame, the process. It covers the steel frame. It covers basketball materials like the rims and other stuff. It covers the flooring, and it covers the seating. But I'm shocked that while members of the opposition, specifically the member for Road North, yesterday said that it was just a community project, that we should have just delivered the community project, and that after the member for West End answered his question in this house in regards to the progress to the Blowing Point basketball facility, he went himself and he saw that everything was good. But I think optics is an issue, because when I went, I saw cracked floor, I saw cracked stairs, I saw wasted cement, and I saw a cracked roof. But not only that, I saw a roof that was 20 feet, not fit for purpose at all. And yes, they might say in this house that it's just a community project, but I do not accept that in 2025, in Anguilla's history, we're still talking about community infrastructure, and that's it. So my question is, when do we expect to take it to the next level? Are we just planning to keep it at community projects and that's it for them? When do we expect to provide our young people with the proper infrastructure to get to the elite level that they deserve? There are a lot of young people in Anguilla that wish to get there, but guess what? If we speak to the clubs of different sports, they will be able to tell you that when they're preparing to attend overseas tournaments or regional tournaments, they have to travel to St. Martin to practice. Why? Because Anguilla doesn't have the facility. Such a shame that still we have members come into this house and say that it's okay that it's a community project. So I believe progress, for me, I'm looking at the Cambridge Dictionary and they're looking at Oxford. We don't have the same definition of progress.
Madam Speaker, on a point of order, I did not indicate that it was okay for us to just have community projects. What I did say in my presentation was it started out as a community project, and since it has reached to the point where it's at now, we should deliver to the people of Blowing Point their community project. Same as Mr. Connor indicated, that West End football field is a community project and it's for the community. I never said it's okay, it's just for communities.
Member, your response to the honorable member's indication.
Madam Premier, I understand his point, but he did mention that it was a community project and it was okay, based on my notes.
On the same point of order, Madam Speaker, because I too mentioned the area issue of community project. So the member, the single LOA member.
Wait, what's your point of order?
My point of order is that there were more than one member in this parliament, including the Honorable Cardigan Khanna, member for West End, who said that the, sorry?
I'm trying to follow your point of
Right,
order.
so my-
Just let's go slow. I think what the issue before you even said is that you did member. Can you specify which member said it was a community project? Because I do remember it came from 2 members on that side. He's correct. Which one were you referring to?
Absolutely, Madam Speaker. I was referring to the member of Road North.
North. Okay, so member for Road North answered. I'm glad you clarified because I was wondering. Member for Road North said that he did say it was a community project, but I don't think that it started out as a community project. Deliver the project. So to be clear about what he intended, or what he said was, it started out as a community project, so deliver it as a community project rather than it's okay to be just left as a... No, this part, no, this member said that you said it was okay to be just a community project. And so what the member just wants you to clarify is that it wasn't that he intended to say it's okay. He just said it started out as a community project, so deliver it as a community project. Is that fair? We accept your point of order, member for Road North.
Absolutely, Madam Speaker.
Proceed.
And thank you.
Madam Speaker, if I may?
Wait, hold on. Do you have a point of order?
Yeah, I
Because
had
he's
the same-
clarified who he
I had
was
the same
speaking
point of
about.
order. I had the same point of order.
But he wasn't speaking about you, so...
I know, but what I'm saying is this: the member for the single LL member is indicating what he said was actually said by me, in terms of I said deliver for the community, deliver for the people of Blowing Point, because that is what it was the intention. And what we are both saying is that we are not the only members who
No,
speak.
but the point of order is just limited. You're interrupting his
Right.
debate. Complete your debate. Until he says something that you've said, member, we can deal with it then. But for now, let's limit it to what he has said. And I accept what member from Road North has said. He's clarified it and he's accepted it. Move on, member Bryan.
Absolutely.
And we have not eroded your time as
So-
has been the practice.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. So yes, let's continue with the Blowing Point basketball court. So it was also said, or has been saying that we planned to demolish the basketball facility. The plan is not to demolish the basketball facility. Yes, we are taking down the steel frame, but we also have intentions of using it somewhere else once that's prepared. We're just taking it down to make it fit for purpose, to carry it to the international standards. Because yes, it started off as a community project, but it's not only intended for that community. Because let's be clear, Anguilla yet today doesn't have a proper basketball facility. So we should
Speaker?
prepare.
What's the point of order?
Just a point of clarity. Honestly, I don't want to keep interrupting.
Yeah, but is it a point of order?
Yes. I spoke about demolition because in the member for West End response to my question that
Yeah.
I asked in this honorable house, it says preliminary works including demolition of the existing frame. So I just wanted clarity,
Yeah.
Madam Speaker, because I don't want to seem as if I'm just pulling things over big, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, so so the member's point submission that he's making, and let's allow him to make his submission. The submission he's making is that there wasn't going to be any demolition. So proceed and explain the point.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
So what you'll do is make a note to bring it back in questions on another occasion. If there is something that arises that doesn't require us to interrupt, you always have the right to come back at another time to question the member. So I see where you're going and I see what the concern is with what member Khanna would have said in his answer to questions. But let's allow him to make his debate. And then later on, you can always come back and say, Member Khanna, I have a question for you based on what was represented on such and such date.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The intention was never to interrupt.
No,
but
I understand
it was to
that.
bring clarity.
I understand you completely. Don't worry. I understand you. Go ahead, Member Bryan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will go down to the level of LeBron James because Kobe seems too tough. So let's continue. Transportation for sports. transportation. Okay, Mambo's still in. So transportation for sports. Madam Speaker, another meaningful investment we are making in the 2026 is the provision for dedicated sports transportation. This simple but powerful measure removes one of the greatest barriers for our young people in accessing training, competition, and development programs through the proper transportation. And it has been a long-standing challenge for sports, not to count with transportation. So come in 2026, this government, thankfully for the support of my colleagues and members, sports will be provided with a 19-seater to provide transportation to the various sporting that we have on island to support that. So, continuing, Madam Speaker, the sports hub at Campus Q. In 2026, from the 12 EC million that's allocated for educational facility, part of it is going to go to the development of the sports hub at Campus Q. And the purpose behind that is to encourage students at Campus Q to try out different sports and try to build a passion for probably something that was not existent in their grounds at the moment, and know that they can have the opportunity to try it out. So it will be composed of a 200-meter track, and I would like to say in this house that the 200-meter track was approved by World Athletics in 2023 during their term. So it's a track that's accepted by World Athletic, and it's also used for qualifiers. So Anguilla soon will be enjoying a 200-meter track. Also, we will have a covered facility that will host basketball, netball, volleyball, badminton, and tennis. And it will be composed of 4 courts in that covered facility for students to train and play those different types of sport. We will also have batting cages provided. Batting cages will be housing 3 different sports. So we'll have cricket that will have part of in those 8 batting cages. We'll have baseball that will also have an opportunity for baseball practices, and golf. Sorry, I said 4 sports, 3 sports. So baseball, cricket, and golf will be hosted in those batting cages. And we will also have 5v5s football fields where soccer can also be played and trained. The main purpose behind this is PE, but we as government are also given big consideration into allowing the communities to form part of this big investment that's coming to the island. And I know that there has been a lot of talk that we have changed from the 200-meter track. We have changed from the 400-meter track to the 200-meter track. And that's totally false, because one, they're being dealt by different ministries. Ministry of Education is dealing with the 200-meter track, of course, in collaboration with sports for the guidance of the technical aspect in terms of dimensions and stuff. Something that was missing for the Blowing Point facility, Madam Speaker, let me put on record. And the Department of Sports is going to be dealing with the 400-meter track, or a national track. So I'm happy to clear the air that we have not run away from the 400-meter track. We're just investing in an innovative new idea that World Athletics has brought to the world. And I'm happy to know that Anguilla, this time around, is not going to be a follower, but a leader. Because in the region, we will be the first one to have a 200-meter track. Why do we always have to follow and not lead the path? So from between 2026 and 2027, other regions will be able to follow our path into using a 200-meter track in their countries if they would like. And this opens space as well for training for our athletes that are out of Anguilla during their off season. They'll have a proper track that they can come and train, and spend time with families on island. They don't have to stay off island, because we are investing in the future. We are building the future. Madam Speaker, I would like to just comment that the member for Island Harbor, during his presentation yesterday, when he made his request, he mentioned that he would like to see the Island Harbor basketball court being accomplished, fit for purpose. As the member for Road North normally says, he can correct me if he can, if he understands I'm not saying it correct. But he said he wanted that completed, fit for purpose. So that tends to confuse me, as my colleague, the Honorable Member Senior Advisor for Health normally says, I'm easily confused, because he spoke about fit for purpose, but then the member for Road North said that we only went to the Blowing Point basketball court, saw the court, saw that it was not within international standards, and decided to knock it down. He can correct me if those were his words. We decided to knock it down, but yet we have the leader of opposition, the leader of the APM, stating that he would like to see the basketball court of Island Harbor fit for purpose. So when he said, the member for Road North said in his presentation that when we looked at the budget, 2025 budget, we understood that that APM was on the right track. Then I say the same, because if the member for Island Harbor is asking for a fit for purpose basketball court, it means that we are on the right track. And that is the best way forward, not just a community infrastructure. So just want to put my appreciation on record for the member for Island Harbor for understanding that we are on the right track with utilizing fit for purpose infrastructures for Anguilla. Thank you, member. And just to add on to the basketball court, it's shocking that this project is not new. From that project, they went to the Lansing Bowl. Lansing Bowl was finished in 2024. So they had the opportunity, 6 months, to come back and complete the Blowing Point basketball court. So I ask myself, why didn't it happen? Why didn't it happen? That's my question on the ground. Madam Speaker, but let's continue. Why do we understand that it's important to build fit-for-purpose infrastructure? And I want to refer to a comment that the member for Road South made when he said that he also was an athlete and he ran on the track that Sanel also ran, and it killed his career. It killed his career. I want that to sink in. So why should we continue to build tracks that are not fit for purpose and continue to kill other young people's career? I believe this is a moment, this is a time to change the approach. And instead of killing careers for young people, we start to invest properly in their future, properly in infrastructure, and giving them the best that we can so that we don't kill their career, but rather push it forward. So, and when he asked the question, why can't Hayden Hughes have a community facility for the people of Blowing Point? You are getting that community infrastructure, but you're getting it to better standards. Because we don't just look at facilities and rush it through. We take our time, we do our assessment, and we ensure that what we're building, and I love that word, it's fit for purpose for the people of Blowing Point and for the general public of Anguilla. That's what they deserve. They don't deserve less than that. Madam Speaker, and I will move on to boat racing. Further down in the year, legislation will be coming to the House to recognize boat racing as a national sport. Long-standing affair that had to be dealt with, and I'm happy to report that soon we'll be having that legislation coming to the House to recognize boat racing as the national sport of Anguilla. And Madam Speaker, I'd like to speak now a bit into youth and the programs that will be coming in support of the young people of Anguilla. So, I am passionate about sport, and I recognize that not every young person will be an athlete, and that's perfectly fine, because this budget invest in youth development across multiple dimensions. The Ministry of Social Development, with the potential unlock and social upskilling programs, represents innovative approaches to reaching young people at risk. These programs combine mentorship with skilling training, pairing vulnerable youth with positive role models who can guide them forward towards productive pathways. What makes these programs powerful is their flexibility. They meet young people where they are, not demanding they fit into traditional academics or athletic molds, but rather identifying their individual strength and interests and building from there. And as we go, in 2026, we have also allocated funds to launch the Careers Hub website. And this aims to provide an online one-stop shop for young people seeking further information on education and career opportunities and youth initiatives. Also, the launch of Podcast Empowered. Youth will have a platform to share their ideas, opinions, and creativity. The intentions behind this is to promote confidence and communication skills, utilizing one of the means that's generating significant revenue in incomes today in the world of technology. So this means adapting and advancing with the current uses. Another program is Step Into Job Link Up. This is already existent, and we are going to expand this program, which is vital to supporting youth in job experience capturing. This supports in the preparing of the foundation to explore the labor market with more confidence. And another one is Social Impact Project 1, Remote Work Hub. This aims to equip youth with the digital, professional, and entrepreneurial skills needed to access remote global employment, reducing on tourism and expanding economic opportunities. Madam Speaker, I would like to speak also to another area that I am also taking the lead on, which is ESL, English as a Second Language. I am a perfect example of an opportunity. And I want to speak to the new approach to the English as a second language in the primary schools. And as I said, as someone that came to the island without knowing a word of English, and hear me now, I'm a perfect example that if care is given, we achieve fantastic results. And today, ESL represents a huge percentage in our educational performance ratio. And they must also be equipped properly to ensure that Anguilla continues to be that outstanding academic nation that it has always been. This is why in 2026, through a private donor, we will start the pilot plan of an intensive after-school English classes to support these students in their language proficiency capacity building. And that will be a total success, because I know that once that has started, because I benefited from it when I was studying in primary school, and it helped me so much to bridge a gap between being in classes and trying to understand what is being said to me. Just trying to be, just trying to develop myself. So I know that once that support is provided directly down in primary school, capturing them at an early age will help our nation prosper, but it will also help them develop as young people. Everyone in this world deserves an opportunity. And this is part of our motto as a government, inclusiveness. Everyone deserves their voice to be heard. So we are championing in that area. So, Madam Speaker, as a member for Road North said at the beginning of his presentation yesterday, I also stand as a father, husband, a son, a community member, and a parliamentarian in support of this 2026 budget, because I know great things will be achieved from this budget and beyond. And this is just 9 months into power. I think he was trying to count yesterday, but he still didn't get the count that it was not 10 months, it was 9, because we came into power on the 28th of February, and we are what? The 18th of November. We're still not 10 months. 9 months going into 10. And we have done such a great job. And I'm sure that by 2030, we will have accomplished outstanding results for the people of Anguilla. So I just want to put on record my appreciation to the people of Anguilla for the opportunity of having me here voicing their concerns, of having me here representing them. And we will continue to work hard, we will continue to push, and we will continue to deliver fit for purpose facilities. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Member out.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Appreciate your contribution. Are there any other contributions? I recognize the Single Island Wide Electoral District Member Rogers.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I should say good afternoon to the listening public via the various media methods. Madam Speaker, I'm so proud to be following the youngest member of Parliament, a rookie, a first-timer, his first presentation, the budget debate, and the appropriations bill. Madam Speaker, I'm extremely proud of this entire team. I think that the future for Anguilla, investing in these young parliamentarians, I believe, will only go from strength to strength. 2 decades ago, I remember my first sitting in this house and first budget contribution. And I was not as clear and concise as the rookies of today. So I applaud them, each and every one of them, and the entire team. Madam Speaker, I would also like to thank you for the patience, the professionalism that you have exerted in your position as Speaker. Because at times, Madam Speaker, parliamentarians sometimes would want to flaunt the rules of this honorable house. And this house is honorable. And the behavior of some of us here, Madam Speaker, a classic example this morning was less than honorable. But I would want to move on, Madam Speaker, before I utilize much more of my time. I want to congratulate the Honorable Premier and Minister of Finance for her presentation on this appropriations bill, budget address that she delivered. And Madam Speaker, it was historic in the sense that she's been the first female premier, our dear beloved island. And Madam Speaker, while females in this honorable house has always been in the minority, but they are a force to be reckoned with. As a child, Madam Speaker, I remembered the late teacher Albina and the late Mrs. Idalia Gums as the first 2 females who were elected to the Honorable House. This facility didn't exist at the time. We were down in the old courthouse where statistics is at the moment. And they were giants as well. So I applaud our 2 female representatives for their presentation, Madam Speaker. in this honorable House. Madam Speaker, let me start off by dealing with health. And I want to commend the Minister of Health, the Honorable Member for District 7, Mr. Cardigan Connor, and the entire team for giving me the opportunity, yet again, to be involved in improving the quality of health care in Anguilla. Madam Speaker, the member would have been criticized, not only in this House, but on the various talk shows, in terms of his ability, Madam Speaker, to be the Minister of Health. And he said on a number of occasions that he is fortunate to have someone like me with the experience in health to be able to advise and assist not only him, but the people of this country in improving the quality of health care. Honest, open, and forthright. Nothing to be ashamed of, Madam Speaker. Because the facts are, this administration, Madam Speaker, with the exception of the Honorable Island-wide member, Mr. Bryan, and the Honorable Member for District 4, Madam Speaker, would be the two rookies in this House at this time. And Madam Speaker, Anguilla would have been blessed to have elected a government, Madam Speaker, where you would have had the Premier, former Minister of Home Affairs, Constitutional Affairs, for 5 years. And we would have had the former Minister of Economic Development, Fisheries, and so on in a previous administration with ministerial experience being elected. Madam Speaker, you would have had the Honorable Member for West End, and you would have had the island-wide member, Mr. Joseph Van der Poel, and you would have had my representative from Valley North being elected before. So the point I am making here, Madam Speaker, I am proud that the experience that we would have on this side of the aisle and in this administration, former APM administration, Madam Speaker, cannot claim the same. Because in 2020, and I respect the wishes and the decisions of the people of Anguilla, 2020 election, people of Anguilla would have elected a government, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, on a point of order, I'm trying to understand the relevance to the debate in the political speech that a member is presenting.
Which part of it that you have an issue with under your point of honor? Which statement that he made?
The entire introduction about experience and the members and the ministers and so forth, I'm trying to understand the relevance to this particular debate.
But you just joined the chamber, so which part, something that he just
No, I
said?
didn't just join the chamber, so I was listening all along.
Okay.
What he was just saying relating to the previous minister for Ministry of Home Affairs and the member for West
But
End.
he's just introducing his debate. I mean, other members did that yesterday on both sides. I don't, so you're advocating that your side was relevant to the budget yesterday? Is that what you're saying? Mr. Rogers, please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I won't be deterred by the member. You can get up as much as you want. And all I was saying is that at the end of the day, the people of Anguilla in 2020 would have elected a government, Madam Speaker, where none of the elected members who formed the previous administration would have had ministerial experience. Matter of fact. So I understand the challenges that they would have had. And to go back to this budget, Madam Speaker, as I mentioned before, the member for West End would have been open and honest And when we compare that, Madam Speaker, and when we look at health, because health is part of the budget, and we look at health over the last 4 years and 8 months, Madam Speaker, the first time in the history of this country and in this honorable house, we would have had the most qualified medical specialists, not only leading the government business, but also leading the Ministry of Health and Finance. So, Madam Speaker, when we look at the Constitution, and my colleague mentioned 8 out of 11, and the criticisms, Madam Speaker, that would have taken place with respect to the honorable member for West End. The fact is, our Constitution only allows for the Premier and 4 other ministers. There's 8 of us on this side. So some of us will have to advise, some of us will have to do other things. And I'm glad that they would have reposed in me their confidence in order to be able to deal with health. Madam Speaker, the ill-advised decision to repeal the Health Authority Act, Madam Speaker, and replace it with the legislation that created the Department of Health Services without taking into consideration, Madam Speaker, the difficulties that are associated, Madam Speaker, with the bureaucracy of government. Madam Speaker, the Health Authority was not perfect. And of course, it needed amendments to the legislation in order to make it much more efficient and effective in the delivery of health care in Anguilla. But Madam Speaker, reverting it back to the government, Madam Speaker, has made it worse. Madam Speaker, that was not the solution, and it will never be the solution when it comes to health care under government's control. There was a reason why, Madam Speaker, that health care and the Health Authority was created in the first place. The member for Road South said earlier on one of his point of orders that public administration is responsible for filling the vacancies when the Honorable Minister of Economic Development was speaking about the vacancies in water. And that is true, Madam Speaker. Not only for water, but it is also true for the Department of Health Services. So if the former Minister of Health wanted more control, Madam Speaker, I would have expected him to do as the Premier said, to pause, reassess, not look for Stacey or anyone else, but to look for the vast majority of the people of Anguilla. The relevance, Madam Speaker, is that the Health Authority, which is no longer exists, the Department of Health Services, Madam Speaker, leaves a lot to be desired. It is painful as it stands, Madam Speaker, but we're not going to run away from it. Madam Speaker, the member for Road South made a comment yesterday about millions of dollars missing or unaccounted for in relation to the Health Authority. That being said, Madam Speaker, not only in this honorable house, but it was also said in the APM campaign leading up to the elections of 2025. But I am saying this, Madam Speaker, I challenge the Deputy Governor who's responsible for the civil service, and I challenge the PS of Finance, Madam Speaker, to inform the public with respect to those allegations, because they would have the facts as to what is missing, as to what is accounted for. So I am challenging them, Madam Speaker. They are not, the PS Finance is not a legislator. The Deputy Governor is.
Speaker, on a point of order, the member is misleading intentionally, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the member knows that there were 2 reports done. One by BDO, which was the official auditor, and one done by a company called The Difference, where these studies, reports were done and showed that the monies between $4 and $6 million that were unaccounted for, not only in 1 year, but several years, Madam Speaker. Also, there was the Public Accounts Committee, Madam Speaker, did a investigation on this, and in the 2017, 2018, they looked into this and showed that similar cases, there were unaudited reports, and their reports showed that there was unaccounted monies, Madam Speaker. This is fact, and this is in the public domain, Madam
So
Speaker.
the point, to be clear, the point of order was in reference to him saying that the governor's office should investigate it or didn't investigate it.
No, Madam Speaker.
What was this? What was?
He said
very
that
difficult for me.
that this was misleading. He said
The
that
member
he
said-
challenges that monies were unaccounted for. That he said that.
Member, what did you say?
Remember I said, let me go back to my notes, that I challenged the Deputy Governor and the Permanent Secretary of Health to clarify the allegations that they were missing or unaccounted funds. That is simple.
So there are 2 different things. One, your response, honorable members, that there are reports in respect of it.
Right.
But the persons that he's challenging to find these investigate are different from the reports that you've said exist. So there are 2 different things. The member, I understand, is calling on an investigation by 2 different entities, and when he made the first submission, he said he's calling on them to investigate. Right? Honorable Leader, your objection. He did, when you rose, it was because he said he was calling on these 2 entities to investigate.
He did, but he also said that he challenges that he basically was stating that there was no
No.
money
He didn't say that there
unaccounted
was.
for.
Well,
Madam Speaker,
no, he didn't
Madam Speaker.
say that there was no money. He said, which you agreed, that I challenged them to investigate, and then you rose. So you rose, from what I understand, on the basis that there are reports, and you said I'm clarifying what you've said because you ought to know that there are reports.
But Madam Speaker, he did say also that his opinion was that, I'm paraphrasing now, because unlike the member, single honor white member, English is not my second language, Madam Speaker. He did say that, paraphrasing, his opinion was that these do not exist.
His opinion.
Yes, yes.
His opinion can be that the sky is yellow. So I think we're all on the same page. I think that the point of order is that you don't agree with him taking an opinion that there isn't a finding. You don't agree with him because there is a finding in your view, but the member that he knows about. And the member will say to you, well, I don't know about it because I don't have it. So if you want to bring it, you can bring it. But he's entitled to his opinion on what he thinks exists or not exists. I think we agree. Okay, proceed.
And Madam Speaker, all I'm asking for is verification.
Member from Sandy Hill, I don't know if I'm going to invite you into the conversation. I think I see your indication, but I think I'm going to not see your indication. Please proceed, member.
So that's all I'm asking for, Madam Speaker. If it's out there, bring it. Whatever reports there are. But the member for Island Harbor mentioned about a public accounts report as well. Is that what you said? Good. I hope, member, that you are sitting as the chairman of the Public Accounts Committee now, that you would investigate some of the allegations that were brought forth yesterday during the presentation of the member for Valley North. And Madam Speaker, I am putting it on record that we intend to ask for that audited report or unaudited report. So while there are reports with respect to the health authority, let us be conscious of the presentation that was made yesterday by my representative in this honorable House, Madam Speaker, of which I will come to some of them a little later on. Yes. So, Madam Speaker, the public needs to know. If they're there, let's have them out, let's do an investigation. When we look back, Madam Speaker, I am not so sure if the former Minister of Health would have realized how difficult and time-consuming it would be to fill some of the positions in health care, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as I mentioned earlier, the health authority wasn't perfect, but at least it was a human resources department that could address the vacancies in an expeditious manner.
Madam Speaker, point of order, the member is also misleading because Clause 7 of the Act for Department of Health Services states that the department is allowed to make emergency recruitment for up to 6 months and then can extend after that for up to 2 years, Madam Speaker. The member would know this if he's read the Act. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
It's a statement that he said that was objectionable, just so I can. Which
He said about the difficulty to recruit, and he's laid that because the Department of Health Services now, the public administration does the hiring. There is a clause in the Act that allows for the Department of Health Services to recruit without going through the usual Public Service Commission. And then after,
But that's
for
for
up to 6
emergencies, you said.
Well, it's up to 6 months, and then it can be extended through the usual. But in terms of getting staff, it is possible to get persons using that procedure.
So, but I don't think he said anything wrong. I think there are two different things. He's saying that the Act now requires recruitment by public admin, and you're only adding an extension to that to say that unless in emergency circumstances. So, I think if we find everything he debates objectionable, we'll be standing up a lot. These are his interpretation from things that are factual. If it's not factual, then he must withdraw it. But if it's factual, but just not a complete point, I think, he can submit. Go ahead, proceed.
Difficulties, Madam Speaker. What is happening? Madam Speaker, the provisions that he mentioned in the Act, Madam Speaker, to this very day, I'm not sure if that provision was enacted. Because, Madam Speaker, just as an example, it would have taken at least 6 months to fill a position for a dental assistant, from the time of the interview to the time of hire. Madam Speaker, the nursing vacancies that existed, Madam Speaker, prior to February 26, 2025, Madam Speaker, is a classic example, Madam Speaker, that the provisions, as the member mentioned, would not have been adhered to. And I want to make this point, Madam Speaker. I want to make this point because March and April this year, the average overtime, Madam Speaker, for nurses would have been around 69,000 EC dollars. Overtime per month. And if the member as he indicated, spoke about this emergency or urgent hiring. Obviously, the Department of Health Services or whoever in the Department of Health Services probably, Madam Speaker, was not aware of it. And if you're going to have, and he knows, the members knows better, the member for Isle Harbor knows better. Because if you are going to have nurses doing a 12-hour shift, 10 or 12-hour shift, and then expected to do overtime, they are only human beings, Madam Speaker. They're only human beings. It must affect patient care, the morale, and there is something we call burnout. And the member for Island Harbor knows about that very, very, very well, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, was the former Minister of Health, his government aware of that overtime figure? And this just didn't happen in February and March since this administration took over. And that, Madam Speaker, was just the tip of the iceberg. Madam Speaker, again, the difficulties that are associated with the Department of Health Services that the minister and the member would have brought to this House and implemented legislation for the Department of Health Services. Overtime, Madam Speaker. The member spoke about overtime for the folks in water. It is required to do overtime, or let me take back the word overtime, to do on call in any healthcare facility. And Madam Speaker, let me put on record that the employees being paid for their overtime and on call for June and July, it was paid in September, and that is under the Department of Health Services. It never occurred under the Health Authority. Never, Madam Speaker. So again, an example, and I'm not going to go through all of them because we're going to have a time in this House where we'll debate all of those sort of things, Madam Speaker. Never appeared. Don't take my word for it. Find out from the employees who did overtime and on-call allowance. Not my word. Not my word, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, there cannot be a healthcare system or improvement to quality healthcare and delivery in Anguilla or anywhere else without the staff. Cannot be, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we are going to provide scholarships and training opportunities for our healthcare workers, Madam Speaker, at every level, from housekeeper down to the physicians and specialists. We would have already sent off, Madam Speaker, 3 nurses, 1 to the UK, and 2 started training at Barbados Community College in September of this year. And I am saying, Madam Speaker, to the young folks that are out there, and we intend to go into the schools, to the upper forms, to encourage, Madam Speaker, individuals who would be interested in the healthcare profession to apply. Make the applications to the various universities. Once you are accepted, Madam Speaker, then you bring it to us and this administration, and we will find ways and means to be able to support, Madam Speaker, our healthcare professionals. We'll find the training. Madam Speaker, every single one of those the folks on the opposition side, the members, would have echoed their support for the public service, show the reinstatement of the salary grades to 2008. And I admire that. I support it as well. But, Madam Speaker, I didn't hear one of them mention anything about the employees of the Department of Health Services or the former employees of the Health Authority. Madam Speaker, I would be ashamed to have awarded one set of the civil servants an increase, a restoration of their salaries and salary grades, and neglect, Madam Speaker, the others. And when I say neglect, Madam Speaker, I am saying this because the Department of Health Services employees is still, Madam Speaker, receiving the reduced salaries as a result of the 2008-2009 reductions. So, coming from a large family, Madam Speaker, and there's no doubt that my father was a loving man, he had a lot of us. When you share and share alike. The civil service, yes. Increase in 2008 salaries. In 2024, January. In 2025, January, civil servants, yes. No problems at all with it, I am not against that. But how in heaven's name you can do that for one side of the aisle and not do it for the other? All sorts of stories. They can't find this record. They can't see this. They can't find the grading. Yeah, gradings in healthcare are different from the civil servant. Must know that. There are things in healthcare that the member file and Harbour would know, personal to holder. Lots of stuff. But I'm saying, Madam Speaker, that in my estimation was a basic neglect, Madam Speaker, of the employees of the Department of Health Services. And I'm sure that a number of them are listening, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, what this administration is going to do for them? And there are some discrepancies in terms of salary grades and so on and so forth. I make no bones about that. It was. But they are healthcare workers, just like the civil servants are government workers. And what we will do, Madam Speaker, is to make sure that every single employee of the Department of Health Services would receive what I term, Madam Speaker, as an appreciation allowance. An appreciation allowance because it is on record in January 2023 and in January 2024, Madam Speaker, the restoration and increases for the civil servants. We're going to give an appreciation allowance, Madam Speaker. Each employee of the Department of Health Services will receive an appreciation allowance of $6,000. Every single one of them, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, that is what they will receive in their hands. Some will have different views about it, but it's an appreciation allowance because there is an exercise that is being undertaken by PwC, Price Waterhouse, with respect to salaries. And then there is another exercise that is going on in terms of public sector reform. And we expect that the healthcare employees will be looked at differently, and rightfully so, than the rest of the civil service, Madam Speaker. Appreciation. And Madam Speaker, added to that, we are looking at giving a 5% as of January 2026 on their existing salaries until the reports from PwC and the expert with the employees regrading comes from. So we're looking at our staff, Madam Speaker, looking at our staff, and we are hoping that this report from PwC would be available by February or March 2026. And we are looking at that. Of course, Madam Speaker, we must be able to improve the quality of health care. And it is the responsibility of us as elected members, Madam Speaker, and as legislators to make sure, Madam Speaker, that we use parity in dealing with our civil servants. Because they are civil servants now, Madam Speaker. It is their responsibility too, even in these difficult times, Madam Speaker, to exert the professionalism that they have been trained to exert. I know it's difficult, but I'm calling on them to do that. Madam Speaker, I go back to the Premier's address, and on page 8, the very final paragraph, she mentioned, Madam Speaker, we have achieved unprecedented levels of investment in healthcare services development, addressing both health infrastructure and equipment to improve patient care. Critical repairs to the Princess Alexandra and community health centers have been completed alongside equipment upgrades and the operating theater. NICU and other critical areas, critical units, dialysis machine, ventilators, endoscopic towers, just to name a few. And Madam Speaker, I make no bones about it. I am at the heart of improving the quality of healthcare in Anguilla. An ultrasound machine, Madam Speaker, the latest there is, what over $100,000. Partial payment has already been made. It's coming from GE, General Electric. And I didn't go to GE alone. I went to Siemens as well as Philips, 3 leading manufacturers, Madam Speaker. It's coming. Madam Speaker, the C-arm and the member for Island Harbor for District 1 knows very well what they are. It's coming, member. And member, Madam Speaker, I would want to place on record not only my profound appreciation, but the appreciation of our entire country, including the government, to Gary and Connie Sharp. The leader of the opposition knows them very well, because I would have introduced him to them. Profound appreciation, Madam Speaker, for their contribution to the latest equipment for mammography studies on this island, to the tune, Madam Speaker, of more than $570,000 US, Madam Speaker. We want to thank them. I know they wouldn't want their names to be called, but I have to do it. And this is not the first contribution that they would have made to our beautiful country. I want to thank them publicly and in this honorable house for their continued support, Madam Speaker, of healthcare in this country. And Madam Speaker, that costs include the purchasing of the equipment, 5 years of manufactured warranty. We want to thank them There are villa owners in this country, and they have been assisting us, Madam Speaker, over the years. Former Minister of Health and Premier could attest to that, because I'm sure the MRI machine that is over there, I'm going to come to that in a little bit, they would have assisted in that. They continue to do that, Madam Speaker, for this country. Madam Speaker, the refurbishing of the second operating theater over at the hospital is in train. The laminar floor, I'm sure the member for Island Harbor, the good doc, know all about this. The theater, the second theater at the Princess Alexandra Hospital, that we are going to retrofit, not only for orthopedic surgery, but for ophthalmology as well, and to be a backup for the main theater. Already in train, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, orthopedic equipment and ophthalmology equipment, Madam Speaker, to the tune of almost $500,000 is being purchased as we speak, Madam Speaker. I'm not going to talk very much about the MRI, but I will say this, and I would say this to my classmate and former Premier. We are glad, Madam Speaker, that we can do MRIs in Anguilla, even though it's limited. I was never, Madam Speaker, a weightlifter. Shoulders are very narrow, so my shoulders may be able to go through that particular MRI machine, but it is limited. And Madam Speaker, on a visit to Miami, at the Miami Convention Center, that I know that the member for Island Harbor is very familiar with, as part of displays from all over the world, every single manufacturer you can think about, Madam Speaker, was there. People in this country may not know that in my early years before I had gray hair, I would have done biomedical engineering as well. So I took the model and serial number of the MRI, the containerized MRI that we have over on the Princess Alexandra Hospital grounds. And I went to Philips because it was manufactured by Philips. They put the model and serial number in. And Madam Speaker, next month, Philips is going to cease making spare parts for that particular model and serial number. We are glad to have it. But again, foresight, Madam Speaker. Yes, they say beggars can't be choosers, but we can always be refusers. If I'm in need of a bowl of soup, there is no way that I'm going to accept a bowl of feces. Beggars are not choosers, but they can be refusers. And while my travel, Madam Speaker, folk from the opposition may or may not have said it, oh, they're traveling, and so on. And that is one of the reasons why, Madam Speaker, that I can stand up here and speak about the equipment that I just spoke about. Because I traveled to make sure, Madam Speaker, that what we are getting here is no less than anywhere else. Not an arcade. My commitment to the people. Madam Speaker, I would want to encourage my classmate and good friend to get on board with us. Because from time to time, I'm going to come and ask you your advice about certain things that we will be doing. I have no fear about that. The politics for me, Madam Speaker, is in the past. It is about the people of this beloved country. And I have no qualms, Madam Speaker, of approaching the leader of government business and the former premier to talk about health and where we need to go with it. None whatsoever. I'm not ashamed about it, and I intend to do it. Because at the end of the day, it's not for me or him. It's for the people of this country. And I am hell-bent, Madam Speaker, on improving the quality of health care available and the delivery to the people of Angola. I ask of the Honorable Premier to give me that opportunity. The other ministers and assistants and advisors will deal with all the other portfolios. I am specifically dealing with the opposition, with health. And I'm going to be to you, I'm going to come to you, and I'm not afraid to do that to get your opinion. Madam Speaker, we have lots of issues that we have to deal with, Madam Speaker. Lots of issues. There is no doubt that staffing, Madam Speaker, is an issue. Madam Speaker, over the last 6 months, we would have interviewed a psychiatrist, an OBGYN, a pediatrician, several medical technologists, a biomedical engineer, a physical therapist, just to name a few. Would have interviewed them, Madam Speaker. And when we get to the point where we are making an offer, they all have turned it down. So it is an issue. We have to pay our healthcare workers. And I don't want to hear anything about civil servants and equating and stuff like that. We have to pay our healthcare workers. Must pay them, Madam Speaker. And I am patiently awaiting the reports for the salary review and upgrading and whatever else, along with the public sector reform. Patiently awaiting it, Madam Speaker. We healthcare workers, we are a different species. And while everyone has risks, we have more risks than all the others. Madam Speaker, we have to address not only the salaries, but the working conditions of our healthcare workers. And I intend to do that, Madam Speaker. I make no bones about it. I have no shame in approaching individuals, whether we are of the same political persuasions or not. None whatsoever. At the end of the day, it is about improving the quality of healthcare delivery in Angola. And I said previously that I will be reaching out to the former Premier and Minister of Health. In order, Madam Speaker, for us to be competitive, in order for us to recruit and retain our healthcare professionals, we've got to be competitive. Else they're going to siphon them off away from us. In the United States, and I'm sure that the member from Island Harbor can attest to this, there are a number of nationalities and different specialties and professions are all there, always competing, Madam Speaker. And we are no different. And we've got to be able, in order to improve the quality of health care for all people here in Angola, we must be competitive. At one time we were, but everybody has stepped up the game. So we've got to step our game up too. And I would have said this to the Minister of Finance and to my colleagues in Cabinet, that we have to be able to do that. Madam Speaker, I would have said on numerous occasions in the past that we are looking at a modern medical facility, a complex, Madam Speaker, so to speak. I would have said it, got criticized on the various political platforms for it, but I am sure that the former Premier and Minister of Health would agree with me that a facility fit for purpose is needed in Anguilla. And I'm going to reach out to him too to be able to do that, because he is an Anguillian, one of us, and as I said, my classmate. So we're going to do it. And it has to be done. There is no, how should I put it? There is no greater investment, whether it's from the .ai funds, than to invest, Madam Speaker, in healthcare and educating your people. That's what we're going to do. So if it has to come from the .ai, so be it. But at the end of the day, we must have it done. And Madam Speaker, to that end, as of January 2026, God spare life, to January 2028, there will be a concerted effort, Madam Speaker, to do the preliminary work to make sure that we have not only a state-of-the-art, but a fit-for-purpose facility in Anguilla, a medical complex of which the hospital will be part of, doctors' offices, and the specialists can come and have offices there as well. But it has to be, Madam Speaker, well thought out, well prepared, and well planned. 2 years, Madam Speaker, I am giving this. And of course, one would say, hey, there's not a line item in the budget for it, but there is an item in the budget, capital under health. I believe it's $13 million. Are we going to use some of that in order to be able to get the studies, in order to be able to do what we have to do? And the leader of the opposition, former premier, member for Island Harbor, you will be contacted, and I am going to reach out to you in terms of getting what is the best for Anguilla in terms of healthcare. Apolitical, outside of the political sphere, it is for the people of Anguilla. Madam Speaker, in terms of a nursing school, we know that St. James is gone. And Madam Speaker, the possibility for a nursing school in Anguilla is real. Organized by a group of Anguillians. We're working with them. Of course, the legislation for establishing the nursing council and the regulations has all gone through. And we are going to work with them to make sure that we have a nursing school facility here in Anguilla, fully supported by this government, and I'm sure that it will be supported by the members of the opposition. At least the leader of the opposition, I know for sure, will support it, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm going to put a team together to look at the legislation, Madam Speaker, the Department of Health Services versus the Health Authority legislation that was repealed. We got to come up, Madam Speaker, with a formula that would assist us here, Madam Speaker, in providing the quality health care that we need. Not only, Madam Speaker, but we are looking at dental health as well. And I am already, Madam Speaker, in discussions with individuals so that we can do root canals, so that we can do removal of wisdom teeth, and all sorts of other things, Madam Speaker. Training. And I'm sure that my classmate would agree with me. We've got to come up, Madam Speaker, something that is going to have oversight, that would be accountable, Madam Speaker, and would have to continuously assess where we are from a health care perspective. But it must be led by someone who is committed to it. And your honorable servant, Madam Speaker, as was elected by the island-wide electorate, will do that. Madam Speaker, going on, we will look from the Anguilla Community College. We've got to, Madam Speaker, invest in it. We've got to make the programs, Madam Speaker, relevant to our overall development here. And as such, we will instill, Madam Speaker, a program that is called soft skills training. Every single, Madam Speaker, healthcare worker, it will be mandatory to go through that training, Madam Speaker. From the physicians up to housekeeping. Everyone, Madam Speaker, must be done. And even if it's challenged in court, Madam Speaker, we will come to this honorable house and make sure that it is passed here so that they'll have to follow it. Madam Speaker, as I mentioned earlier, we're going to address the salary issues. We have to deal with the working conditions, Madam Speaker, until the 2-year period where we're having those discussions in terms of moving forward with a new medical complex. I've said it before, but it's God's willing, it will be reality. And Madam Speaker, the staffing issues, we improve the quality of healthcare delivery. And Madam Speaker, we must be working together from a healthcare perspective. We must have a sense of purpose for not only our employees, not only for the public that they serve, but there must be a unity of purpose, Madam Speaker, to improve the quality of healthcare and its delivery to the people of Anguilla. Madam Speaker, I have been in this honorable house for 2 decades. And I stand here and take some of the criticisms and the responsibility. But I'm not looking back. I'm looking forward. And the criticisms and experience that I would have had over the years, Madam Speaker, put me in a unique position to be able to improve the quality and delivery of healthcare in Anguilla. And we have to start with our employees. Then we have to deal with our institutions and equipment and instrumentation. And then we must move on. Madam Speaker, before my time run out, I would want to make a few comments in relation to the presentation by members on the opposite side. And I go back to the member for Road North. And he spoke about, he said 10 months and 95% of the APM budget. He spoke about box of frogs and all sorts of other things. But I'm glad, Madam Speaker, and I'm happy to see that my good friend really and truly is taking on his role in opposition. As far as I'm concerned, that's my opinion, much more effective than he was on this side of the aisle. So we welcome that. He did mention about a marina in Sandy Ground, and no one in Sandy Ground knew about. I don't know about that, Madam Speaker. That is left to be verified. But I know that I was in Sandy Ground at the Methodist Church on more than one occasion talking about the marina down there. Quite a lot of objection to it, and so on and so forth. But he did mention, Madam Speaker, that 10 months, and he mentioned some roads, I suspect, in this community. And there's nothing wrong with that, honorable member, but you must take into consideration that your administration was in office for 4 years and 8 months. Right? And if your administration was in office for 4 years and 8 months, it means then that when your leader called election, it was anticipated that you would be returned as a member of government. Politics has a strange way of leveling out things. My brother, don't be that naive. you're gonna have experience now, and you will grow over time. Grow over time. You did mention about a 5% cut, and I said absolutely or something like that. Hey, if it's a cut, it's a cut. And if I agree with something, I will agree with it on a premise, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, someone spoke about electricity credits. You know, while electricity credits may be a band-aid, Madam Speaker, the reduction of electricity to the entire community, Madam Speaker, to me is much more important and essential. Okay? And while we will do something about that, we are also looking at the long-term solution, Madam Speaker, to our electricity issues. You mentioned that the purpose of leadership is not to make the present bearable, but to make the future possible. Wholeheartedly endorse it. Not to make the present bearable, but wholeheartedly. And one would ask the question, wait a minute, you're speaking about the roads in North Hill and so on and so forth. 4 years and 8 months, I think it was, y'all in office. You know? Yeah, and while there were issues with COVID and Hurricane Irma, the remnants of Hurricane Irma and so on and so forth, it just didn't exist, Madam Speaker, for the former administration, you know. It existed for us too. That's right. So we have to take all of that, Madam Speaker, into consideration. But I must say, the member for Road North, to be quite frank, I was in this honorable house 2 years, sitting with him, and since he's been in opposition, I must admit, my admiration for you has gone up 5 or 6 notches. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Sometimes it takes being in opposition to really unveil who we are, you know. And when I say that, Madam Speaker, I can speak because I sit on both sides of this aisle for 2 decades on both sides of the aisle. So I understand the dynamics of it. But I must say, I'm proud, you know, of the stand that you're taking now in the representation. I must say that. Madam Speaker, the former Premier and Minister of Health, he thanked the AUF for fully adopting the APM plan. 5 more minutes? Oh, 15, thank you. I will wrap up. Yes, I do. Yeah. He said, thank the AUF for fully adopting the APM plan, right? This administration, Madam Speaker, while we are political operatives in this honorable house, we are operatives of the people of Anguilla. If the APM plan is worthwhile, if it's going to benefit the vast majority of the people of Anguilla, I have no issue in supporting it, Madam Speaker. None whatsoever. None. And if you think that it is 90% APM plan, then so be it. But I adopt, Madam Speaker, the approach of our honorable leader when she mentioned we must pause, Madam Speaker. We must assess, Madam Speaker, what is happening. That is the responsible thing to do. Rather than going ahead with plans and the projects that the former administration would have had, we had to pause. We had to look back, Madam Speaker, and to see exactly where we are. And thank God, Madam Speaker, for the leader and the team. These young folks, Madam Speaker, some of them getting their feet wet for the first time as ministers. I appreciate and applaud you all. It's not going to be an easy task, but at the end of the day, I know you all have not only the institutional capacity and the ability to deal with it. You'll get over the rough patches. Opposition will always be opposition. And you cannot and will not, Madam Speaker, satisfy everyone in public, but you have to look out for the masses of the people. I am an advisor, Madam Speaker, and I'm advising from this house to my colleagues. That is what it is. Madam Speaker, the member for Valley North, my representative, and I should say my replacement, very proud of her, Madam Speaker, with her presentation, factual information. And Madam Speaker, I too was alarmed because we don't share information or attain no preparation. I don't know what my representative will say, I know the members on this side here. But me too, I was alarmed, Madam Speaker, with the content of her presentation, Madam Speaker. And I believe that the former Minister of Tourism, he too, I wouldn't say be concerned, but he too should have a keen look, Madam Speaker, at her presentation. And I am going to sponsor, Madam Speaker, and I don't do much of that, at least, Madam Speaker, for her presentation in its entirety to be played not once, not twice, but several times, Madam Speaker, on public radio, to be able, or so that some of our folks can listen to it, because it's not everyone is going to hear the House of Assembly debates. And we're going to move on. Proud of all of them, Madam Speaker. Every single presentation I was proud of, Madam Speaker. The banking resolution, Madam Speaker, as the member for Island Harbour and leader of opposition said, he hasn't seen it. It's 5 years gone. He was the chair of the ECCU, I believe, at one point in time. You can correct me if I'm wrong. So I'm wondering why in heaven's name he hasn't seen it as yet. But we heard a lot about that, Madam Speaker. We heard a lot about the Junior and Senior Shield. Through you, Madam Speaker, I would just want to inform the member and the rest of the listening public that we are working on that. We are not going to be so irresponsible to say, well, because the farmer administration would have, instituted, it means that we must cast it aside, Madam Speaker. And when we look at, Madam Speaker, you mentioned about the healthcare budget in 2025, 2 pediatricians, 2 surgeons, and so on and so forth. All of those things we're going to put in place. But as I mentioned earlier, the challenges in terms of recruiting those individuals, right? And you know what it would be, Madam Speaker, going forward. Madam Speaker, the member for Valley North, in her presentation, she spoke about a number of things. Some of them, to the general public, some of us alarming in terms of what took place in the Department of Tourism or the Ministry of Tourism and so on. It is troubling, Madam Speaker, troubling. And I await, Madam Speaker, the response from the former Minister of Tourism and so on. I am not going to, call him a liar. I believe that maybe he is mixing up the facts, so to speak. But I will say one thing that the member for Road South mentioned when he spoke about the civil servants. I am appealing to the civil servants, Madam Speaker, irrespective of what your political leanings. You are servants of the people of this country. And it is incumbent, Madam Speaker, upon the success not only of the present or the sitting administration, but the success and progress of the people of Anguilla. You have your own political leanings, and so be it. But at the end of the day, he did mention, if you want to get something done, you have to sometimes bypass the civil servants, he said, or use an iron hand or something like that. I feel aware about that because I used to be a civil servant too. But all I'm saying is that at the end of the day, you've got to understand that the ministers of government, we're not there, Madam Speaker, just to glorify what it is. We have to work. They have to work hard, Madam Speaker. And at the end of the day, they need the support of the senior civil servants as well as the entire community. So it's not about a PS, Madam Speaker, being successful. A PS, Madam Speaker, goes through a process and is selected for a position. I'm just using that as an example. A politician and the ministers goes through a process, Madam Speaker, and an election that the vast majority of their constituents and the island would have supported. So it has to be a communication. It has to be a sense of purpose and a unity of purpose for the people of this country, Madam Speaker. That is what it needs to be. Madam Speaker, before I wrap up, the member for Road South mentioned about he's guilty of getting things done. And, you know, he's also guilty, Madam Speaker, of mucking things up as well. So when you look, Madam Speaker, and I'm going to read here from a document, Madam Speaker. When you read in a document, and this is in connection with Blowing Point, Madam Speaker, it says here, Executive Council and the government of Anguilla have reconsidered the acquisition of lands from you. It is proposed that the lands previously registered to your client, now registered to the Crown, be returned to your client. It is proposed that the time of having the said land in Crown's name, that interest payment on the time, example, from the 30th of November 2018 to the 30th of September 2021. Madam Speaker, this is in relation to the Plum Point Port development, you know. This is land, as you see here, was already, Madam Speaker, in the government's name. Giving back the land, Madam Speaker, meant that there was absolutely no foresight. And we all know what Blowing Point, the situation down there with respect to Blowing Point. And the member said, if you have to increase the building or increase the size, so be it. But I want the people to know that land that was acquired by the previous administration, of which I was a part of, was given back. And Madam Speaker, development has taken place on that land. And government, again, will have to acquire it at 100 times more than what it was done because there are developments on it. Where, Madam Speaker, was the foresight with respect to this? Where? Where, Madam Speaker? It is here, quite clear. You're going to give it back, and now you have to reacquire it? And these are things, Madam Speaker, that the general public must know about. The general public must know about them. You hear all sorts of things about the airport. Minister of Infrastructure and the government Minister of Finance is all there. Where was the land? Minister of Economic Development mentioned it this morning, 90-something acres or something like that. Where it is? What has become of it? The land that you had in Blowing Point, Madam Speaker, and the maps are here to show it. You gave it back, and now you've got to take it back again, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, point of order, misrepresentation and misleading. Madam Speaker, the member would know that, I assume he knows, it's getting late, time for lunch. But Madam Speaker, the land was given back because the previous administration procured the land. The land was procured. The land, was determining the costing of the land. they had to get 3 arbitrators coming from Jamaica, etc. There was COVID, the island was closed. And, Madam Speaker, the owners, he says the member says that government owned the land. But the land was not finalized, Madam Speaker. And going through arbitration with persons having to come in and being changed by the lawyers for the landowners, they blocked the opening of the new ferry terminal. And so for the ferry terminal to open in a timely fashion, stop paying the monies government was paying for the rental building, because it was being difficult to get the land, to get the valuations done through the arbitration method, it was given back. This was understood. And this was taken to Executive Council, Madam Speaker. So the member knows that this is happening. He's trying to be political. And that is not acceptable, Madam Speaker.
As a matter of fact, you do agree that he said it was given back, though. It doesn't matter what the reason is. I think his point is it was taken, it was given back, and I think you agree on it, but you've expanded on why. Okay, so the point of order is not accepted because you don't challenge what he said. It's just that he doesn't have the same reasoning behind it. He can make that statement.
Madam Speaker, what I read from was dated the 11th of November, 2021. And it was advice given by the Attorney General, not me. So, and I'll read it again for the public. You were, I'm sorry.
The member.
Yes, sorry.
You have to refer to the member.
I'm sorry. And Madam Speaker, through you, the member for District 1 Island Harbor was the leader of government business at the time. This is coming, Madam Speaker, from the AG at that particular point in time. And it says, Executive Council, of which the member for District 1 was the leader of government business. And this document has the signature of the then Attorney General. Executive Council and the government have reconsidered the acquisition of land from you. Right in the port, in the mouth of the port, Madam Speaker. It is proposed that the land previously registered to your client, is writing to the lawyer, to your client, now registered in the Crown, be returned to your client. It is proposed that for the time of having the said land in the Crown's name, I didn't say anything about paying, in the Crown's name, the interest payment on the time, that is, from the 30th of November 2018 to the 30th of September 2021. Madam Speaker, I was the Minister of Lands at the time. And this is coming, Madam Speaker, from the then Attorney General, his advice to the former administration. Not me. I didn't say anything about the land being paid for. I just read, Madam Speaker, what was here. So the land, when I said was given back, Madam Speaker, it is here. It is clear in this. The point I am making is, where was the foresight, Madam Speaker, in terms of the overall development of Blum Point Port? Now you have to go back again. This administration will have to go back again and pay 100 times more for it because there are developments on the land now. Didn't have it then. So this is coming from the then Attorney General, not me. I can't even write a proper sentence, but I'm reading this here. Has reconsidered, the government and Executive Council has reconsidered the acquisitions of land from you. Land that we need now, Madam Speaker. And this is 2021 and we're in 2025. Where do we go from there? Madam Speaker, I would want to go back. Not go back, I want to move forward a little bit. The returning of the lands. And the member for Road North, in his presentation, he would have said that no one, Madam Speaker, would have, from this side, would have.
But that just indicates you have 5 minutes left on the 1 hour and 15 minute
Okay,
wrap
good.
up. Okay.
Okay, I'll wrap it up. That was the blown point thing I spoke about. The member for Road North, in his presentation, he mentioned that no one from the other side would have responded to, I can't even remember what it is, the point. And he said maybe they didn't do it because they were ashamed. I would be ashamed too, Madam Speaker, if I was a member of an administration with what I just read, taking into consideration the Plum Point Ferry Terminal as it is. Would be ashamed. Madam Speaker, my representative made mention in her presentation about the Lansam Bowl Cultural Center and Mike Hu's involvement in it, the Ministry of. And she did mention about the overspend, so to speak. It is disturbing, Madam Speaker, what she would have indicated in her presentation. Disturbing the appropriate approvals process, Madam Speaker. The extra $1 million, Madam Speaker, in terms of the Lansam Bowl Cultural Center. I would hope that the chairman, Madam Speaker, of the Public Accounts Committee would do the proper thing and investigate all of these. Yes, it may incriminate some of his members, but he is, sorry, Madam Speaker, the member for District 1 is now the chair. And these are things, Madam Speaker, that needs to be looked at. The ATP, the overspending, the spending of the money before March 2025. As the member said, stay C, as a response, Madam Speaker, to spending. Madam Speaker, they spoke about the basketball court down in Blowing Point. No one would be against basketball courts in Plum Point or in Island Harbor. Just do it the right way. Nobody would be against, Madam Speaker, the development of the airport and the terminal building. The runway has to be done. I remember one of our aviators, longtime aviators, Mr. Maurice Connor, said at a meeting, in all his years flying in those difficult times way back in the 60s and 70s, he had never touched down on a terminal building yet. The runway strip, pure dirt, mud. I'm sure that the member from Island Harbor can attest to this when we were growing up, Madam Speaker. Never. Was the land acquired? So these are the things, Madam Speaker, that I am so concerned about, very concerned about. And being concerned about this, Madam Speaker, I would hope that the people of this country, the electorate of this country, would make sure that those individuals from the previous administration making those decisions would never be seen back in the halls of decision-making for the people of Anguilla. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I know Honorable Singalana White has a comment. Go ahead.
Yes, Madam Speaker, and thank you. I would like to just make a comment on a point of order that was made that was a bit personal. The member for Island Harbor commented that while the member, Mr. Rogers, was presenting that unlike the single island-wide member, his first language is English. And I just wanted to express my sincere disappointment from a comment made from the former leader of government of Anguilla and now the leader of opposition to make a comment like that. And if I let this session end without making that comment, I will be telling a huge population in Anguilla to accept when there have been comments made to them just like that. This is, and rather than a disadvantage, it should be looked at as an advantage, because people that only speak English can communicate to 18 to 20% of the world's population. But when you speak both English and Spanish, you can communicate to 25 to 27% of the world population. So it's an advantage. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
You're making an observation on something earlier.
Correct.
Member, the Honorable Member Bryan has made an observation on a point of order that was raised. It wasn't his point of order to make, so I now understand why you stood at this point, but do you have a response for what he made an observation on?
Yes, Madam Speaker, I don't know the appropriateness of this timing with his statement, but Madam Speaker, he started off by acknowledging the the liaison to the Spanish-speaking community, and he said that he came here, he talked about English as a second language, and said when he came here, he didn't speak a lick of English. I was commenting, basically tongue-in-cheek, that unlike him, English is not my second language. Madam Speaker, I think for him to make this a big issue.
No, I don't think he's making it an issue.
Well,
He's
no,
just
yes.
making an observation that he
But
felt
Madam
a bit.
Speaker, he went on to basically characterize it that I am basically, talking about the whole Spanish-speaking community of Anguilla. It's now become an issue. And
Remember, hold on. I know we're all hungry, but hold on. I recall the comment because I did hear it and I did make a note of it. And I think it was a point of order that was raised on Member McNeil Rogers. And I think it was to clarify something, and it might have started something that, unlike the member single island wide, English is my first language. And I think it was to suggest or make an inference that he wasn't understanding. So I think it was a point of clarity. Yes, and we can listen to it at the lunch break. But I think what I understand now, Member Bryan, to say is that from him hearing it being English as his second language, it could be construed in a negative way as to whether or not you're able to understand the way that you understand, since English is your first language. Did I capture that correctly?
You're totally correct, Madam Speaker. When the comment was made, it was between a point of order between them, that had nothing to do with the understanding of the language.
Of English or
That's
not.
when he made the comment, which made it seems like if you don't speak English, you won't understand what is
Yes,
going
I
on.
understand what you're saying. So it isn't that he's making it a big thing. I think it's just the inference that could be drawn from it. Perhaps, I mean, it's nothing for me to rule on. I think what it's something for me to do is to encourage members, including all sides, that the rules are for a reason and that we aren't required to refer to anyone personally anyhow. So perhaps I should have been more vigilant and not allow a lot of exchanges between anybody personally, because then we wouldn't have been made to make a comparative of Mr. Bryan's English being his second language. But if it was construed that way, I think that we can be honest enough to say how it was to be construed. It's not that it's a big thing. I think when we stand down for lunch, this is something that we can just take offline and deal with appropriately, if that's okay for both sides. But it is a fair observation to make, being the first Spanish-speaking representative and representing your population. And I think just to ensure that there's no misconceptions, even if Mr. Bryan didn't take it that way, he represents an island-wide base, and he's using his opportunity to clarify something that we might have overlooked. Because maybe anybody else could have. It's just about sensitizing and building sensitivity, and I think that is commendable. And I think we can commend Mr. Bryan for doing that as well. Yeah, honorable member, sure.
yes, Madam Speaker, I'd like to take this opportunity, if I've offended the member, to apologize for what I said. It was not meant to be, it was more facetious than anything, and I apologize if I offended you and the Spanish-speaking community. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that, Dr. Webster, and thank you for having the courage to do that. Thank you very much. I think that is a good spirit to end on for the lunch break. I'm going to ask if we could suspend until 2:50. I know it's an odd time, but we just need a little, I don't want to say 3 o'clock. Do I say 2:45? We don't have a long afternoon. What is the pleasure of the members? 1 hour? It is the consent of the majority that we will convene at 2:45 p.m. This House stands suspended until 2:45. Please take your seats. Are there any other members that wish to contribute to the debate? At this time, I invite the mover to reply.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, good afternoon to you. Good afternoon to the members of this honorable House and the listening and viewing public. Madam Speaker, I would first like to start off by thanking all of the members of this honorable House. As based on the presentations made over the last 2 days, it appears that this budget has the full support of the entire House. And Madam Speaker, I would also like to take this opportunity in particular to thank the elected members of government. I was quite impressed listening to all of their presentations. They were sound, they were thorough, and they truly represented effective representation for the people of Anguilla. And so thank you to all of the elected members. Madam Speaker, at times, I feel as if I am Mama Bear, where all of these members are very close to me. Mama Bear, including to the member, the single island white member, the Honorable Neil Rogers, and the Honorable Cardigan Connor, member for District 7. But Madam Speaker, the point is that as a team, we have been able to come together. We've been able to go through the requirements for every ministry, and not just personal requirements, Madam Speaker, but requirements for the people of Anguilla, what we want to see, the vision, and the vision that was, the mandate that was given to us by the people of Anguilla. And so, Madam Speaker, I once again thank all of the elected members sitting on the government side of the House. Madam Speaker, in 2020, when the APM government at the time presented its first budget, none of the then opposition members objected. And the reason why there were no presentations in the House at that time was because it was an AUF budget. It represented the work that the Anguilla United Front at that time would have started. So all of the projects, the school projects, the hospital project, the health services, the health clinics, all of those projects had been started under the previous Anguilla United Front administration. And so a significant portion of the budget in 2020 would have represented work that was ongoing. And so there was no objection. And so too, Madam Speaker, it is my view that this budget coming to the House represents in large part a number of the projects that have been continued, a number of policy decisions started under the previous administration that we are continuing. And there are a number of ways in which we have to continue. There could be moral reasons, legal reasons, or by practical reasons, Madam Speaker, practical obligations. And so an example of a legal obligation would be the contract with Identity Digital, where the contract has been entered into between the former administration and the Identity Digital company. And to discontinue that contract would give rise to liability issues. In short, Madam Speaker, the government of Angola would be sued. And so it is a contract that this administration is continuing. We have met with Identity Digital on a number of occasions. We have spoken with them. We have an understanding as where they want to go. They have an understanding as to where we want to go as a country. And we have been able to form a good collaboration as to how we'll spend the next couple of years working together. Madam Speaker, an example of a moral and practical obligation would be the Blowing Point basketball court facility. And I say moral or practical, Madam Speaker, because this facility was built using private donor funds. No monies went through the government coffers. There was no accountability from the government side, and the government, this sitting government, has no idea in terms of what the arrangement was for the construction of that facility. What the people of Angola were told was that this $300,000 facility was fully funded by a private donor and that the government of Angola was not obligated to do anything to be able to utilize or complete this project. So we see today, Madam Speaker, in this budget, we have allocated $215,000 US to be able to complete the basketball facility as a result of what we have inherited and where we see the shortcomings. And you have heard the Single Island Wide member, the Honorable Jason Bryan, speak more about that. And so, Madam Speaker, that is a moral and practical obligation because at the end of the day, the basketball facility in Blowing Point is a benefit to the people of Anguilla and to the people in that community. Another example of a moral and practical obligation, Madam Speaker, would be the Lansing Bowl Cultural Center. We know that the cost of building the Lansing Bowl to date was some $6 million US to build. We were told at the commencement of that project, the people of Angola were told that there was no funds that would be coming from the government coffers to build that project. And so today, we see that the project is incomplete and the government of Angola is not only obligated to repay or reimburse in some way, shape, or form the donor company of $1 million, but also we are obligated to complete it because, again, is of a benefit to the people of Anguilla and to the people in the Valley community. And so, in this budget, you will see a cost of $550,000 in this 2026 budget, which is intended to complete the Lansing Bowl Cultural Center. Madam Speaker, many of us would remember when the 2025 budget was being debated that questions were raised by the members of opposition as to why the Lansing Bowl Cultural Center was showing up as a line item with the figure of $1 next to it when this was a project that was supposed to have been totally funded from the private donor. And the members of opposition at the time were heckled and the questions were dismissed. But today we see that the cost of $550,000, this project, which to date had cost $6 million US, still needs to be completed. And just to put that figure in context, Madam Speaker, the Morris Vanterpool Primary School, which comprises 2-story buildings, cafeteria, kitchen facility, facilities for administration building, cost $4.5 million to build. So the Morris Vanterpool School was built in its entirety for approximately $4.5 million, and the Lansing Bowl Cultural Center, as it stands today, cost some $6 million US and counting. Again, Madam Speaker, this is a project that is now in our 2026 budget because we are committed to completing the project that was started under the previous administration. Madam Speaker, in the 2025 budget, the capital expenditure at that time was $191 million, was budgeted for $191 million. And the overall balance for 2025 anticipated a deficit of some $59.72 million. So in the capital expenditure for 2025, $191 million was budgeted, and a deficit of $59.72 million was anticipated. Today, in this 2026 budget, the capital expenditure is anticipated to be $233.36 million, and the anticipated deficit is $73 million, Madam Speaker. Between the 2025 budget and the 2026 budget, there are some projects that have remained in terms of the capital expenditure. The airport development was anticipated to have been completed or was provided for in the 2025 budget. That is in this 2026 budget for 87 million EC dollars. There is a road development program at 14 million in this 2026 budget. Land for development at 40.5 million, and government accommodations at 19.5 million. And so the road development, the government office accommodations were slated in the 2025 budget and has now come over to the 2026 budget. Why is that, Madam Speaker? Because at the time when the 2025 budget was passed, the previous administration would have included these sums for 2025, but in fact, the work, a significant amount of the work had not been commenced at that time. And still to this date, because of various issues within the various government departments, these projects have not been able to come to reality or come to fruition during 2025. There is a significant amount of work that has to be done, Madam Speaker. The airport development is simply not just the expansion of the runway on its own, but it also contemplates land for the runway. And so we are talking about a number of parcels of land owned by various people which have to be acquired by the government of Anguilla before you could even start the airport runway extension. And so as of this date, that work has not been completed, and so it comes over into 2026. The government accommodations. At the time that it was placed in the 2025 budget, the anticipation was that design plans would have been prepared and work would have been commenced to the tune of $10 million in the 2025 budget. That has not been done as yet. And as we speak, we have no final design plans. And so that work in terms of office accommodation, that capital project comes over now into 2026. Madam Speaker, in addition to the priorities that were laid out by the previous administration, this administration is focused on delivering a number of other measures, such as the water distribution network. In the 2025 budget, that was slated at $4 million, and you have heard the Single Island-wide member, the Honorable Kyle Hodge, speak to the fact that there was $4 million in the budget for the water distribution network. And he spoke very passionately about the need to be able to move forward with ensuring that our people have a sustainable water supply across the length and breadth of Anguilla. And so that is in the 2026 budget to the tune of $9 million. The CCTV network as well is in this budget, and it will fall under the police, Royal Anguilla Police Forces line item budget, but it is in fact funded through the government of Anguilla, and the Ministry of Infrastructure has a significant role to play in terms of the CCTV network, which is intended to cover Anguilla as well. In the 2026 budget, we've also increased funding for Her Majesty's Prison. And at page 198 of the budget, the Her Majesty's Prison development in 2025 was allocated at $200,000. In 2026, that has been increased to $1 million. And Madam Speaker, the members of government were very fortunate and privileged to have the opportunity to visit Her Majesty's Prison last week, Thursday. And after Executive Council, we all went en masse to the prison. And we wanted to see the prison. We wanted to see the conditions under which our inmates are currently occupied under. And Madam Speaker, we all know that while it is that Her Majesty's Prison falls under the auspices of the governor, His Majesty's Prison falls under the auspices of the governor, at the end of the day, these are our people. These are our family members, our schoolmates, our cousins and brothers and sisters, etc., who are all in the Her Majesty's Prison at that time. And so for us, when we visited, we not only had the opportunity to visit the different facilities at Her Majesty's Prison, but also the ability to interact with the persons in the prison, the inmates, and be able to understand what they want. And surprisingly, Madam Speaker, not surprisingly, a number of the issues that came up surrounded training and retooling, so that when they left, that they would be able to take up certain jobs in Anguilla and become upstanding citizens with the opportunity to work, Madam Speaker, in our country. And so what it did for me was it allowed me to have greater insight and to ensure that as we go through this year of 2026, that we cater to certain areas. And you will see in the 2026 budget that there is a workshop that is contemplated, an upgrade to the classroom, and the installation of CCTV at the Her Majesty's Prison as well. And so, Madam Speaker, we'll continue to pay quite keen attention to HMP, in addition to all of the other facilities that we can utilize to be able to assist our inmates in coming back into society and integrating back into our society and workforce. Madam Speaker, we also would have invested significantly in this 2026 budget in terms of land acquisition. And so in the 2025 budget, there was some 3.5 million that was allocated for land acquisition. And in 2026 is 40.5 million. And the reason for that, Madam Speaker, is because we are contemplating acquisition of lands for various developments, as well as the acquisition of the former NBA building. And Madam Speaker, we know in terms of the latter that this has been a long outstanding matter, and we intend once again to bring this matter to a final conclusion during the term of this administration. So significant funds have been allocated towards land acquisition. We hear over and over again from the people of Anguilla that there is a need for various projects. And every time it's the same refrain from every administration: we don't have the land, we don't have the ability, we don't have the resources. And so while we have the opportunity to do so, we intend to acquire the land that is needed for much needed development here in Anguilla. Madam Speaker, for the government office accommodation, we have made mention of the 10 million earlier, but for this year, we have allocated 19.5 million, and that is for the demolition works, retrofit of rented office space, and department relocations, networking infrastructure for new office accommodations, RAPF expansion, including the retrofit of custody suite, NBA West retrofit, and phase construction of the 2 buildings' government offices. In terms of the road development, 7 million was allocated in 2025, and in 2026, we've increased that amount to 14 million, and that is for completion of the Jeremiah Gums Highway Link and Sandy Hill Road, the prioritized road program, periodic maintenance, such as a Raphael T. Lake, Abbott Lake Drive, the Blowing Point Exit Road, support services, and land acquisition at Jeremiah Gums Highway, Sandy Hill, and Blowing Point Exit Road. And Madam Speaker, we all have seen the conditions of our roads. And I do believe that it's time that we invest once again in our road network. The last time that there was a major road infrastructural work done was under a previous Anguilla United Front administration, who were in government between the period of 2000 and 2010 under the leadership of the then Chief Minister, Mr. Osborne Fleming. Since that time, Madam Speaker, our roads have deteriorated significantly, and if we were driving from east to west, we can feel every bump and every ditch in the road. And so this administration is committed to revitalize and redeveloping our road network and developing some new roads as well. Madam Speaker, the Health Services Department. In the 2025 budget, some $4.5 million was allocated. This budget provides for $13 million. And it includes the morgue and MRI waiting room, the hyperbaric chamber, rehabilitation works at Western Polyclinic Roof and Plumbing, operating theater, hospital equipment, morgue, laundry equipment, PC upgrade to facilitate health information system, relocation of incinerator, expansion of central sterilization unit, outfitting of psychiatric ward, 3 ambulances. Prioritization round 1 would be the MRI, operating theater, Western Polyclinic, laundry, PC upgrade, CSSD expansion, and round 2 would be the incinerator and ambulance bay. Madam Speaker, we have heard extensively from the Single Island Wide member, the Honorable Neil Rogers, in terms of the work that has to be done, what he met and the work that he is doing in order to be able to bring our health services to a point where it is fully functioning and operational. And there are a number of issues that we met, Madam Speaker, and I do believe that a large part of the issues also surround the way in which the health authority was dissolved and brought back under the government of Anguilla. At the time, questions were being raised by the opposition. Concerns were being raised in terms of the difference in the salary scale, for instance, the operations and how things would work. And today, we see that there are a number of difficulties where there seems to be an inconsistency in terms of understanding the policies that are supposed to apply, the manner in which resources are obtained for the hospital and the other health services, and just generally, Madam Speaker, the condition of the health services has indeed declined over the years, and this administration's job is to ensure that we bring it back and, in fact, go beyond what was there before in terms of ensuring that we have a health services system that is fit and proper for the people of Anguilla. Madam Speaker, in addition to the increased funding for the areas that I will have mentioned, there is also, on the recurrent side, in the 2026 budget, funds allocated for public sector compensation. And of course, Madam Speaker, that was a project that commenced prior to this administration taking office. We fully support not just the compensation review for the public sector, but also public sector reform. And so these two projects are undertaken and being promulgated through the governor's office. And we have set aside the important necessary monies to ensure that once the report comes through and it's ready to be implemented in 2026, that we have the funds and the resources dedicated to it already. Madam Speaker, the member for, in fact, I believe all of the members of opposition at one time or another during their presentations would have stated or suggested that districts 1, 5, and 6 were being ignored or mistreated because they are represented by members of the opposition. And Madam Speaker, that couldn't be further from the truth. The reality is, Madam Speaker, is that this administration has always believed in representation for everyone, irrespective as to party affiliation, irrespective as to color preference, irrespective as to anything, Madam Speaker, because at the end of the day, we are one. We came into administration, to this government, on the basis of unity, unifying all of our people, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I am wearing a pin that was gifted to me by Miss Avenella Griffith. It was made by her, and I wear it proudly because it is a pin in the design, made locally, in the design of the shape of Anguilla, with Anguilla across it. And I wear it because it signifies that we are one. We are not simply divided across political lines, Madam Speaker. And so I refute the statements made by the opposition members to suggest that any particular district is being left out from progress from this administration because of who their representatives are or that the party that they are affiliated with. In fact, Madam Speaker, this administration does not believe in political gimmicks and does not believe in trying to rush things through for the sake of saying that you're doing something. We're doing things the right way, and we're going to take our time and ensure that it's done properly. And Madam Speaker, the reality is that this Anguilla United Front administration represents a stable administration, one that is focused and dedicated and steadfast to accomplishing what we need to accomplish for the people of Anguilla. And we are united in this shared purpose, Madam Speaker. And not to mention, Madam Speaker, on a personal level, that I have family in every district that's represented by the members of opposition. I have family members in District 1, in District 5, and you hear the member for District 5, North Hill, refer to me as his cousin, and District 6 in Blowing Point. And so imagine it is almost as if you were cutting off your nose to spite your face, Madam Speaker, because every single one of us, and if you talk about Honorable Carol Hodge, he's even worse than me. He probably has family members in every single district across Anguilla. And so at the end of the day, Madam Speaker, the way in which we decide to administer, the way in which we decide that we are going to operate our government is irrespective as to party color or affiliation, but at the end of the day, the intent and the mission is to ensure that all Anguillians succeed, that all residents, belongers, persons who live in Anguilla are able to succeed. Madam Speaker, in my budget address, I will have said that on taking office, this administration took time to assess the ongoing projects and policy directions and readjusted to put in place this administration's agenda of putting people first. And that is right. In fact, Madam Speaker, it is the right of every administration to do so. In fact, in the Fiscal Responsibility Act, it provides that the Minister of Finance shall, within 6 months after a general election, cause to be prepared a strategic development plan for the government's term of office relating to the financial, economic, and social affairs of the government. So, Madam Speaker, by law, this provision itself recognizes the need of a new administration within 6 terms in office to look at the circumstances, to look at what they've inherited, and to be able to assess and reassess the direction that it wants to go. And so, even when we continue necessary projects that have been started under previous administration, we retain the right, any new administration coming to office retain the right to be able to assess and determine the path in which it wants to take the country for the next 5 years. And so we've done that, Madam Speaker. And the members have stated, the opposition members, that because we exercise our right to implement our policy of putting people first and refocusing our priorities, that we slow down projects, causing a slowdown of the economy. And Madam Speaker, that is simply not true. And the reality is that at the end of the day, when we were reassessing the ongoing capital projects and reprioritizing, we discovered the inescapable truth that in pausing and looking at what pertained in the country, it became clear that the private sector was not performing and that the country was being propped up through the government's capital projects. And that is significant, Madam Speaker, and the fact that the members of opposition have recognized that there's been a decrease as a result of the capital projects being reassessed or reprioritized, that you have seen the decrease in the economic activity, the decrease in the figures in the budget. And so, Madam Speaker, what it means is that the private sector was not performing the way in which it ought to have performed. And so because of that, all of these projects were essentially covering the truth of the situation. And so we decided, Madam Speaker, even before coming into office, because we understood that the private sector was struggling. We understood that local businesses were finding it difficult. We understood that private individuals, the average man or woman, were finding it hard to make ends meet. And that is why we sat down together. We set up a committee to look at the goods and services tax structure and to identify ways in which we could address it. And Madam Speaker, the reality is that the implementation, the imposition the implementation of the GST in 2021 and the imposition of it in 2022 did cause an increase in inflation and did increase the cost of living. And that was set out in the 2023 budget, Madam Speaker, and the budget address that was provided by the now member for Island Harbor, the leader of the opposition. And Madam Speaker, the reality is that the people of Anguilla had been undergoing severe stress continuously as a result of external and internal factors imposed on them. And so local businesses were saying that they were suffering. Our citizens were crying out. And everyone was complaining about the extent of the overtaxation as a result of the manner in which the GST was implemented in 2022. The opposition has been speaking about food vouchers and electricity credits. And they continue to talk about it, to suggest that they were doing so well for the people of Anguilla and this administration has not been doing the same. Well, Madam Speaker, I want to remind the public of the fact that the GST was implemented in 2022. And it was only after the implementation of the GST that you saw the electricity credits and the food vouchers. They did not take place before, Madam Speaker. And it is not as if that the administration did not know the stress that the people were under. And I'll go back to the budget as far as 2023, Madam Speaker. In the 2023 budget address, the member for Island Harbor would have said, and I quote, "Madam Speaker, inflation has been on an upward trend since the start of 2022. Inflation. The war in the Ukraine, which is still ongoing, Madam Speaker, has amplified these pressures through higher food and energy prices." He goes on to say, Madam Speaker, that whilst the energy and food crisis, coupled with underlying international conflicts and uncertain virus mutations, starkly remind us that the Anguillan economy is experiencing a number of turbulent challenges, this administration remains committed to withstanding and recovering rapidly. 2023 budget, Madam Speaker. And then in the 2024 budget, Madam Speaker, the member for Island Harbor, as leader of government business, would have recognized the impact on a number of external factors on the people of Anguilla in relation to the hotels and restaurants. He says, "This industry suffered a setback in 2020 as a result of COVID-19. The borders were officially closed in March and reopened gradually with stringent protocols and guidelines. Total contribution to nominal value added is estimated to have been 122.93 million. This industry declines by 71.96% year over year and contributed 10.52% to real economic activity in 2020. And so, Madam Speaker, there's a recognition that the country was impacted severely. And I'll go on to the 2024 budget, Madam Speaker, where the leader of government business at the time says, "Madam Speaker, global living standards declined in 2022 and 2023 as costs rose disproportionately to incomes. The major factors influencing observed prices in Anguilla were rising costs of commodities, higher oil prices, and changes in fiscal policy." And what were the changes in fiscal policy? It was the implementation of the GST in 2022. These inflationary pressures affecting our island have led to average consumer prices in September 2023 being 1.2% higher than the same period last year and 9.3% higher than the same period in 2021 over 2022. So, Madam Speaker, over the series of budgets, it is clear that there was a recognition of a number of external factors and internal factors, being the GST imposition, affecting the people of Angola. And in the 2025 budget, Madam Speaker, the member for Island Harbour, who was then the leader of government businesses, however, Madam Speaker, challenges continue to arise, and he was speaking about the importance of diversification, economic diversification in the construction sector, and a number of initiatives with foreign direct investors, etc. And he says, challenges continue to arise. Climate change continues to pose an existential threat to our beloved island, with hurricanes and rising sea levels endangering lives and livelihoods. And he goes on to state that it is important to invest in resilient infrastructure and climate adaptation. Additionally, Madam Speaker, Angola, like many islands within the ECCU, remains vulnerable to global trends. Remains vulnerable to global trends. High interest rates, inflationary pressures, and potential slowdowns in major economies like the United States and the United Kingdom could severely affect our economy. And so, given the clear knowledge, Madam Speaker, that the external issues that were taking place in other parts of the world were impacting us here in Angola, the then opposition, who are now here in government, would have advocated for some relief for the people of Anguilla. And that was primarily by way of a GST relief. Those statements, those words of encouragement from the then opposition, now government, fell on deaf ears. The Angola United Front administration in August of 2024 would have released a GST relief plan, and we urged the government of the day to take it on board and implement, even some, if not all, at the time. And surprisingly, while it is that the leader of the opposition at the time said that the plan was disgusting, in December of 2024, the previous APM administration would have implemented GST relief in terms of removing GST from all foods. And that was commendable, Madam Speaker, because it was what the Angola United Front had been advocating all along. It was in our relief plan. And so while we were happy, we determined that we still need to go further if it is that we were going to ensure that our economic activity in Anguilla would be on the increase once again. And so, when we campaigned on the same GST relief. When we were elected, Madam Speaker, once we came into office, it became the #1 priority, because guess what? Over the past three, from 2023, 2024, 2025, all of these budgets that spoke about inflation, the increased pressures, the marketplace, the global trends, and how they were impacting Anguilla and the cost of living in Anguilla, it had not declined. And so we were committed as an administration to ensuring that we would put in place the relief for the people that they were asking for and that they needed. And so, on the 1st of August, 2025, this administration would have formally brought into place the GST reform. And the GST reform would have done exactly what we campaigned on, what we released, and what we asked the former administration to do. And we knew, Madam Speaker, we knew that it would likely cause a decrease in revenue, because guess what? The revenue that was being bragged on and the reserves that were being bragged on, as the honorable member Kyle Hodge said, was being taken off of the backs of the people of Anguilla. And so you cannot continue. You either had to do one thing or the other. Either continue with taking from the local businesses, from the people of Anguilla, or giving back, expecting that there's going to be a reduction, understanding that there's going to be a reduction because there was a need to ensure that the economic engines in our country, the private sector, could continue to survive and in fact thrive. And that was a decision that we made, Madam Speaker, understanding the implications. And we did it thoughtfully, we did it carefully. We didn't just jump up and put something in place because people were rallying and saying, do this and do that. No, we wanted to put something in place, understanding what the outcome would be, and in anticipating that by investing back in our people, in allowing our people to retain those monies as opposed to taking it and putting it in our reserves and putting it into building infrastructure, that we made sure that our people were being looked out for at the same time. So when the opposition speaks about electricity credits, and when they speak about food vouchers, the people of Anguilla must remember that those things were given when the GST was implemented in the form in which it was in, and it received monies over and above what was anticipated. So for instance, in 2023, GST was anticipated to have brought in 90 million. It brought in $155 million, Madam Speaker. $155 million. $65 million more than what was anticipated. So these are the things that this administration looked at. We would prefer to see that we have a vibrant economy, that our businesses are able to survive, that they're able to generate revenue, that they're able to hire more people, pay better wages. And the government of Anguilla received the indirect benefits of all of that, rather than squeezing the lifeblood from local businesses and individuals and then say that we're going to give it back by way of electricity credits and food vouchers. Madam Speaker, our people prefer to be able to take care of themselves. And we have no intention of creating a welfare state for our people. We have no intention of taking the people's money, hoarding it, and then giving it back to them little by little over time to say that we're doing something for them. No. We want to encourage our people to be able to prosper, to survive, to do more than survive, Madam Speaker, but to be able to be prosperous in this country of theirs. We want them to be able to educate their children. We want them to be able to take care of their medical needs. We want them to be able to have savings. We want them to be able to raise their children without having to wonder where they're going to get their next plate of food from. And Madam Speaker, to those naysayers who say that those circumstances don't exist, are either blind or foolish. Because Anguillians are very proud people, and you only have to knock on their door and sit with them, and you will hear the cries of the people, Madam Speaker. And so that is why it was important, because those of us on this side of the house would have done the hard work. We have spoken with the people. And when we didn't go to look for them, they came to look for us. So we understood the pain that our people were going through, Madam Speaker. And so I am heartened by the fact that we have been able to deliver on our single largest promise within 6 months, or at the 6-month mark of being in office. But we're not content to stay there, Madam Speaker. We have so many other things to do. And you have heard from every member of government. You have heard from every person on this side of the House, Madam Speaker, speak about the plans in the respective ministries. Some are moving very quickly. Some are going to take a little time. But we're all committed to ensuring that this plan, as set out in this budget, comes to fruition. Madam Speaker, the The budget is an ambitious budget. We thought that the 2025 budget was an ambitious budget, Madam Speaker. And so this 2026 budget is even more ambitious. But we make this budget, we pass this budget in the House understanding the challenges that we have to overcome in order to bring it to fruition. We know that we have to ensure that our various departments have the manpower and have the resources in order to ensure that they can succeed with respect to the agenda in every one of those ministries. We also know, Madam Speaker, that the certain projects will have to be brought forward more quickly than others. And that is, for instance, the expansion of the airport runway, the extension that has to be done. So we have to move quickly towards the land acquisition. That was not in place. We have to put it in place, and we're committed to doing so. And Madam Speaker, there's no aspect of this budget that we're shirking away from. We are committed to it, and we intend to move forward as quickly and aggressively as possible. We understand the challenges as well, even in terms of the Attorney General's chambers and the bringing of legislation to the House. And I take this opportunity, Madam Speaker, to encourage those persons in the AG's chambers, because they're under significant stress. There are only a handful of legal drafters, and there's many pieces of legislation to come forward from every ministry. And so we understand the difficulties that they're facing. We understand as well that on some level, the inability for them to be able to generate the type of the legislation at the pace that we would like them to, also to some extent hampers us in terms of delivering. But we have to work together, so there has to be a collaboration, and there is collaborative effort to see how we can find a way forward. And that includes as well the possibility of outsourcing pieces of legislation so that it could be done, Madam Speaker. Because at the end of the day, the work must go on. The ministers must continue to move forward on their agenda items. Madam Speaker, I am heartened to say that despite the large capital expenditure anticipated, 233 million for 2026, in 2027, with the completion of many of these projects, we expect the capital expenditure to decrease to 198 million, and then in 2028, decrease even further to 178 million. And so this spike in 2026 represents in large part a number of projects that have continued on from the previous administration, which we are obligated, and we want to continue. We want to continue with the expansion of the airport. We want to continue with the runway expansion, the buildings. Heaven knows, Madam Speaker, as we speak, how many of our government departments are displaced. And so we are committed to finding, not only finding temporary accommodations, but ensuring that there's permanent accommodation, a permanent home for our civil servants, our public servants who are working so hard on a daily basis. Madam Speaker, there was a discussion back and forth, and you rightfully did not allow me to speak in terms of the Health Authority. And so now I take the opportunity to do so. Sitting as the chair of the Public Account Committee, we had the opportunity to be able to look at the Health Authority and the financial statements that have been brought forward over a period of time. And what we found, Madam Speaker, and the single island wide member, the Honorable Mr. Evan McNeil Rogers, would not have been a part of the Public Accounts Committee, and in fact, he was not in government at the time. We found that, in fact, the monies that the opposition claims were missing were, in fact, as a result of the transition from one system over to the other. And so in the transition from one computerized system over to the next, there would have been an inconsistency in terms of the monies. And so it reflected initially as if it was funds that were not accounted for. But the accountants thereafter, in preparing the financial statements, would have clarified in the financial statements that the discrepancy was resolved as a result of the change over from one computer system to the next. These are in the financial statements for the Health Authority, Madam Speaker. So I'm not speaking out of my head. And as sitting as the chair of the Public Accounts Committee, we looked at it, we examined it, and we made a determination that, in fact, the allegations that were being made by the then government in terms of now opposition, in terms of quote-unquote missing funds, was in fact not the case. And so I want to put that to rest, Madam Speaker. And if any of the members want to have sight of the latest of the Health Authority financial statements, which spoke to that, we can provide it. But I want to put this to bed, Madam Speaker, because it gives the people of Anguilla the impression that there was something untoward going on in Health Authority when that was not the case, Madam Speaker. And so when the accountants tell you in no uncertain terms in their financial report that these are the findings that they have, then there's no one else that should be challenging that and to say otherwise, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the member for Island Harbour, we have spoken about the bulk petroleum. The bulk petroleum levy has an interesting history. And that history started from between 2015 and 2020, when the then AUF administration, in a bid to try to find ways to cover the deficits that would take place at the time, remember you had the, even from as far back as the economic downturn, then you had the bank resolution, then you had Hurricane Irma, and then you had COVID. So from as far back as then, there was identified this proposal to increase bulk petroleum levy by charging the bulk fuel suppliers, the two bulk fuel suppliers, and increasing the amount from $100,000 to $750,000. It remained on the books for 5 years, Madam Speaker, during the Anguilla United Front administration. And the reason why it remained on the books for those 5 years was because we needed to ensure that when those fees were increased, the bulk petroleum, the bulk suppliers did not pass it on to the people of Anguilla. So imagine our surprise when, in the wake of the 2020 general elections, the previous administration brought the proposal forward to implement the increase from $100,000 to $750,000. The members of opposition at the time spoke up objecting to it. The then government would have said, well, this was from the AUF time, so we don't see why they're complaining. And the opposition members were saying, no, but it wasn't in place for 5 years. It was never implemented, and this is the reason. Now, until you find a way to ensure that they do not pass it on to the people of Anguilla, we implore you not to pass this bill at this time. Despite our cries for it not to be done, the APM administration put it in place. And I recall specifically the member for Island Harbour stating that they were in discussions at the time that the bill was being passed, that they were in discussions with the bulk suppliers, and that once they were able to finalize discussions, then they will come back and make the adjustment and ensure that it wasn't passed on. We never saw that that was done, Madam Speaker, and so we would have experienced of course, the suppliers who have passed it on to the people of Anguilla. In 2024, we saw that in the 2025 budget, we saw that the APM administration 4 years later, 3 years later, comes back and says, well, we're going to reduce it from the $750 to $100 and some thousand, just over the $100,000 that they had initially met. So it was run to implement this and then come back later now and take it off to provide the ease for the people of Anguilla. That provision or the statements made were set out in the 2025 budget. And so the 2025 budget would have shown a reduction in the bulk petroleum levy such that they ought not have been passed on in 2025. The difficulty, Madam Speaker, like so many other things that we've heard during the course of these debates over these last 2 days, was that there was no legislation to bring it into effect. And even today, as I made mention about the inability of the Attorney General's chambers to be able to move quickly as a result of their being short-staffed and not having enough manpower, we still, even though it is on the legislative agenda for this administration. Even though I, as Minister of Finance, would have been pressing for this to be done, the simple reality is that the legislation has not yet been prepared to be able to be implemented. And so while it's almost as if the 2025 budget was a wish list, so that the previous administration had all of these wishes, but had done nothing to bring them into fruition. And so the bulk petroleum levy is still in existence, not because there's any intent to keep it, but because we simply are unable to get the legislation prepared in time to be able to have it done as quickly as possible. And the intent, Madam Speaker, because the promise was made, the wish list was presented in the 2025 budget, and there has to be some recognition for that when the legislation finally comes into being, Madam Speaker. So that is to answer the member for Island Harbour's question in terms of the bulk petroleum levy. There's no intent to undo what was proposed in the 2025 budget, because as far as we are concerned, it never should have been increased in the first place. Madam Speaker, in terms of constitutional reform, and the member for Island Harbour will have also asked for that, I can assure you that any discussion in terms of looking at residents and the way residency and the way in which persons are able to vote in Anguilla will have to be done by consensus across the length and breadth of Anguilla. And Madam Speaker, I find it interesting that the member for Island Harbour could ask about constitutional reform, because he was the leader of government business for 5 years. And there was no progress in terms of constitutional reform other than having a few consultations. And I know because I was on the committee at the time. There were a number of consultations and it never progressed. And then I recall a question being asked by the press in terms of constitutional reform, and the member for Island Harbour would have said that there is no intention to progress constitutional reform at this time, and that was in 2024. And that was the last that anyone had seen or heard of constitutional reform under the previous administration. That is not the case under this administration. So what has happened is, and maybe it is that the good Lord has put it to be such as it is, because the last major constitutional amendments were done while I sat as Minister of Constitutional Reform, Constitutional Affairs. And now today, I stand as Minister of Constitutional Affairs. So the very pieces of legislation and the very documentation and all of the work that was done between 2015 and 2020 under my leadership is now there for me to pick up and move forward with, almost as if the last 5 years was just a blip in time, because nothing has happened in constitutional reform during that time. So I appreciate the comments made by the member for Island Harbour. I can assure him that the way in which constitutional reform will be done, and has always intended to be done, is by way of support across the length and breadth of Anguilla, and the people of Anguilla will have to decide the direction that they want to move in terms of whether or not our Anguillians in the diaspora ought to be able to vote and how, and whether there should be any limits or any limitations on them, etc., being able to vote. And that is the comment that will come under this term of office, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, and Madam Speaker, I must say that if the selection of the committee was not done by myself. It was chosen, the committee members were chosen by independent persons. And so, if it is that there is an interest by any member of opposition to sit, then after this House of Assembly sitting, I will certainly reach out to them and ask them to provide, if not one of themselves, any person that they so choose to sit on the committee, Madam Speaker, because we have 5 years of this. We are at the very beginning of it, and there is no problem with doing that at all, Madam Speaker. Unfortunately, we stand in a position where we have an opposition that did nothing for 5 years.
Member, I'm so sorry, member. On parliamentary languages, shut up. It did come through. Please withdraw it and apologize. You referred to the member as red lipstick and you said, shut up. Please apologize and withdraw it. You
Madam
said,
Speaker?
you referred to the member as red lipstick and
I
you said,
apologize and
shut
withdraw it.
up. I asked you
I
to
wasn't
withdraw
speaking-
it and apologize.
Madam Speaker, with all due respect to you,
With all
How
due
would-
respect to you, I asked you to
Madam
withdraw it
Speaker?
and apologize so we can conclude.
Madam Speaker, I did not address the member who
Member,
was the
you
premier.
addressed the member from Valley North. I have very
I
good ears.
withdraw my statement and apologize.
You don't, no, don't. Member. There is no need for acrimony. I have been very respectful, and there's no need. Member, you pointed to her, you referred to her by the name Red Lipstick. I'm not removing you or invoking any rule. I'm simply asking you to apologize and withdraw it. That's the least you could do. The least. And if this member has said anything about you unparliamentary, equally bring it to my attention. I have not heard her say anything just now in the exchange. Member, you have not brought to my attention anything that the member has said unparliamentary. You have not brought anything to my attention in the moment
Madam
of her
Speaker.
saying it.
Madam Speaker?
But as I what did the member say?
Madam Speaker?
Yeah, what did the member say?
is still speaking.
Okay, what
You're
did the
not hearing
member
us.
say that's
Madam Speaker,
unparliamentary that you would wish for me to have her withdraw?
Withdraw the statement and I apologize.
No, what did the member say, so that I'm fair to you, what did the member say that you would wish for me to bring to her attention to have her apologize? You can say it. You have privilege. What did she say?
Madam Speaker, I don't have any privilege. I am not going to repeat what the member said. I am going to acquiesce to what you requested.
No, then I can't deal with what she said.
I do
and have
not
her-
want you to deal...
Member, I don't need to hear.
Madam Speaker, I do not want you to deal with what she said. Madam Speaker,
Member Rogers Webster, please
Madam
go
Speaker,
ahead.
I don't want you to deal with what she said. You asked me
What?
to withdraw
I did.
and apologize.
Yeah.
And I say I withdraw and apologize.
Yeah, thank you. But you also said that I haven't disciplined her with respect to things said about you either, so I'm only asking you to say, okay, well then the point was a non-issue then. Member for Sandy Hill. Member for Road South, are you comfortable remaining for the remainder of this? Because it has been very interrupting and I wish for her to the member to complete. Do you want to remain or no? It's just absolutely absurd to refer to a member in that way. It's absurd. And you're sitting behind a junior clerk, a youth parliamentarian. You're sitting behind a youth parliamentarian. Whether or not they heard it or not, I heard it. And I'm not making it up. I heard it. Okay, rise. You've heard things that I've said about you? Proceed, please, member from Sandy Hill. Okay, we can deal with that in another forum. Proceed, member.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I once this session is finished, I will ask through the leader of the opposition if they have a person or two who they would like to have sit on the committee. Because at the end of the day, Madam Speaker, the Constitution is for everybody. And whether or not there's no intention to exclude anyone, Madam Speaker. And so I will certainly welcome the involvement. When between 2015 and 2020 it was the same thing, there was a member of the opposition who sat and was quite helpful being on the Constitutional Committee during that time. And we have no difficulty at all inviting other persons to be a part of it. And so, Madam Speaker, there's no need to have any disagreement in terms of how much time is. That's 1 hour. You give me back my time.
Member, you can proceed.
I'll just wrap up. Madam
No,
Speaker.
you have an additional 15 minutes. I think Mr. Proctor did pause in the exchange, but go ahead. You can wrap up.
I don't need to have 15 minutes, but I just want to wrap up
Go ahead.
properly, Madam Speaker. Thank you. And so at the end of the day, Madam Speaker, the Constitution of Anguilla and where we go as a country is for all of us. And so we want to ensure that we have the full support of all sides. And so there's no need, Madam Speaker. I'm just simply surprised that after 5 years of inertia, that the members on the opposition are now claiming or seeking all sorts of questions and interest in terms of constitutional reform when it was in their hands. They did nothing in relation to it. But I'll move on from that, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, my last point is in relation to I made mention of electricity credits before, and I want to touch base very quickly on the ANGLEC credit. There are a number of persons, everyone who received it under the previous administration have been happy for it. Who doesn't want electricity credits? Who doesn't want to get something that they don't have to pay for? But the question, Madam Speaker, is whether it was done in a way in which would have been suitable for the persons who needed it the most vulnerable. And so, Madam Speaker, the ANGLEC, the electricity credits that were given in the past, unfortunately were given, yes, there were limitations in terms of you had to be within a certain category of usage, but it neglected to address the most vulnerable members of society, Madam Speaker. And those people were the ones whose electricity were cut. And so, despite the fact that some of us, many of us, would have had electricity credits applied to us, to our homes, our apartments, etc., the people who had the electricity cut, the electricity were not, those electricity credits did not apply to them. And so when we're talking about providing assistance to our vulnerable, we have to understand and we have to take the time and assess what exactly we're doing. We can't just jump up and say we're doing X, Y, Z for political gain, Madam Speaker. We have to do it in a way in which we are targeting and helping the people in our country who need it the most. And that is why any electricity credits that come forward should be in that vein to help those people, because no one wants to have the electricity cut, Madam Speaker. There are people all across Anguilla who have children, who have the elderly, and they don't have electricity. So if you're going to give electricity credits, make sure that those people who have been cut, who've been disconnected, who can't afford to keep it on because they're under a certain category of income, etc., because they have no income.
On a point of clarity, I'd like to clarify for the member for Sand Hill.
No. There's no point of clarity. Proceed, member.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And so we have to ensure that we look out for the most vulnerable and that whatever programs we put in place are targeted to help the people who need it the most in our country, Madam Speaker. We all like it, we all love it, but make sure we focus on those persons as well. Madam Speaker, the 2026 budget entitled Moving Forward Together, People, Purpose, and Prosperity was in fact, and maybe the member for Island Harbour would have thought that it was a chat GPT name. But when you talk about moving forward together, for us, it symbolized moving together, moving united. Moving together, moving united, Madam Speaker. And that is what we campaigned on, that is what we stand on, and that is what we will deliver on for the next 5 years, for the next 4 years of this administration, Madam Speaker, 4.5 years. And so, Madam Speaker, with that being said, I'd like to present to the House, the Honorable House, the people of Anguilla, the 2026 budget entitled Moving Forward Together, People, Purpose, Prosperity, and the estimates of recurrent revenue, expenditure, and capital. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, member. I put the question that a bill shortly entitled A Bill for Appropriation 2026 Act 2025 be read a second time. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. I call upon the clerk to read the bill a second time.
To provide for the services of the government of Angola for the financial year ending the 31st day of December 2026.
As it relates to the order paper, the members would have taken notice that Section 46 of the standing orders requires that at this stage, the bill would go to the committee stage. The question is that the House do resolve itself now into the committee stage to consider the bill clause by clause, with the proviso that we would continue tomorrow morning with the committee stage at 9 a.m. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The bill stands referred to the committee stage. As a matter of housekeeping, just so that we are all on the same page and so that the public understands, part of our circulated schedule involved the attendance of our permanent secretaries and heads of department in respect of each of the ministry heads covered in the budget. I believe the budget estimates have been published in the Gazette. I will suggest that they be uploaded to the site so that the public can follow tomorrow if they so desire. And what the exercise tomorrow will involve, just so that there's no confusion and the members are aware, all of the members will have an opportunity to question the heads of government, the permanent secretaries, and the respective minister as it relates to the entries in the estimates that accompany the bill. So we will suspend now and resume tomorrow at 9 a.m. This House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 9 a.m.